A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for the fourth and final day of the West Indies Championships. And this game here between the Leewards and the Windward Islands obviously is nicely poised. Runs against wickets. That's essentially the equation here today. The Windward Islands trail by 304 runs. They will resume at 112 for 1. With Jeremy Solozano, the man out for 18. But Stefan Pascal has impressed again with a gutsy, unbeaten 60. Johan Jeremiah is not out on 23. Another youngster showing tremendous promise. And they'll be hoping that those two can pick up from where they left off last evening and push this total, advance it as much as possible, and give them a chance maybe in the last session today to try to pull off an unlikely victory. Remember, the target is 416, so they still have some work to do. As I say good morning to Colin Murray, and certainly Colin, they need 9 wickets, the Leeward Islands, but the Windwards, from where you sit, do they have a chance?
Well, yeah, good morning, Ruskin, and certainly good morning to all, one and all. Yeah, you have to think that because, you know, they're in a must-win situation. They've got some good stroke players. It depends on how naughty the pitch behaves. Yesterday, yeah, there were 1 or 2 balls turning and 1 or 2 jumping, unusual bonks, and then 1 or 2 keeping low. If today it misbehaves even more, it becomes a difficult task. But the good thing is that the pitch is playing as well as it can. It's docile, so there's nothing to really fear from the batsmen, and I think they've got to have a positive attitude. 300 runs to get 304 runs to get
in a day
is possible, and the thing is, you look at the Volcanoes batting, the middle order full of players who dominate, who play shots
quickly.
Yeah, they score quickly. Pascal yesterday, I thought, had a marvelous innings. He was anything up to him. He was driving beautifully through the offside, pitched on his legs. He was working it past mid-wicket. You know, he really batted well. It's the first time I've really had a look at him. I saw him a little bit in the first innings, played 1 or 2 shots in the first innings, but the usual, getting out at 25. Here, he's been able to carry on. I think he's, 60? Yeah, he's on 60 at the moment. Now, his first business is to try to get 3 figures. If he can get to 100, then, he could be getting, opening up after that. But they have to take it session by session. Basically, they need 100 runs per session.
Yep.
So even if they get 80 in the first one, then they know they have 220 to get in the next 2 sessions. So it's going to be very, very tough for them. It is always tough chasing. You're talking 400 runs on the final day. Well, 400 runs to win a game and 300 runs on a final day is never easy. So, and then you have to keep an eye on the weather, because we were hearing, and Ruskin, is it drizzling?
No,
right.
It's actually it's brilliant sunshine.
Right, I just checking. Yeah. So the forecast for today is 11 o'clock, and there's going to be showers, 2 o'clock showers. Now, and they're talking about thunderstorm and all sorts of things. Now, we've had bad weather in the east yesterday, day before in south. So I suppose we in the north have to be due at some time, because we got away twice. Because up to yesterday, they tell me it was raining right there in Barataria, in Aranguez.
We only had one interruption for like half an hour.
It was a little drizzle, wasn't it? So, it's all of these factors you have to take into consideration. But, you have to say that the Leewards should get the 9 wickets and win the game. But, in cricket, anything is possible.
But, every so often, teams somehow find a way to surprise us with a big 4th inning.
Yeah.
And after all, the West Indies did it, remember. And then we've seen other teams come and produce big scores in the final innings. It's a question now. Do they get close or do they get it over the line? That's the important thing here. It looks like Jeremiah Louis is going to pick up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling first up to the very impressive Stefan Pascal, who is 60 not out, and hoping that he could carry on. As Colin said, he's really impressed with his performance with the bat. Even in the field, he was showing good signs, took a couple good catches, and was moving around in the field quite nicely. So a wonderful prospect for the future for Windward Islands cricket. 2 slips in play. And this one he's going to get a quick leg by. He's going to have to hurry. And he does. And immediately they get with a good call from the Johan Jeremiah when he saw that there was nobody close enough to get to the ball, and he would have been able to pinch a quick single there. So they're off and running. And that's a good sign. At least they're in tune with what is required. And I'm sure they would have been chatting overnight and this morning about how they plan to go about getting these runs, what the equations would be. And, of course, Colin, we'll also have to look at the whole points tally, given what happened with the Guyana game yesterday, as they scored another convincing victory to climb to the top of the table.
Yeah, they've really come out of nowhere in the last couple of games, the last 3 or 4 games. They've played so much of good cricket. And you know, the thing about it is that they've got a winning mentality, you know, when it comes to the 4-day regional game.
Yeah, they have a good formula. They have top-class spinners, and they have 3 top-class spinners.
Yeah.
You know, 2 left-arm orthodox and an off-spinner. A right-arm off-spinner. And they have some good seam bowlers as well, plus their batting. They are no-ball to get things going here again. We've had a number of no-balls in this game from both teams. But these are bowlers who are not running from very far. You know,
I think they're just trying to, when they try to give a little bit more, you know, they just overstretch. You know, sometimes you have the ball in your hand and you say, okay, I'm gonna try and a quicker one here now.
Did you have a no ball problem at all?
Not really, Ruskin. I was a well-behaved bowler, you know. Make sure I kept behind the line at all times, and then I wasn't running from 3/4 way down to the boundary, you know. But you know, but you see all those things, Ruskin, you really need to work at it in your nets. In the nets, I think a lot of bowlers just go in the nets and say, okay, bowl for 15 minutes, and they don't care whether they go over, you know. But that's where you get your discipline.
Yeah. And this is where, and that is why I think the West Indies Cricket Board and the various boards by extension, they have coaches, right? We have these kind of contracted coaches, and that is their responsibility to supervise that.
Yeah, I think, you know, and even batting-wise, I see guys sometimes go in the nets and just go for a hit, you know, whereas, you know, you need to work on your weaknesses and specific things. I remember there was a guy in Queen's Park, and he will remain nameless, couldn't play the ball on his pad at all. And I used to say to him, listen, just go in the nets and just let somebody throw the ball at your pads. They don't have to bowl it. Just throw it and just hit it. Just hit it. And he soon became pretty proficient at balls on his pads. Yeah, he used to just sort of block it, you know. Before he couldn't get it away, he sort of just used to stab at it. And he was a good player.
I remember David Furlong too had that. He had I suppose it was a reflex thing. He just used to pull the pad kind of like inside because he didn't want to get hit on the side pad. Actually,
David was one of those as well. Had you know, that had a little problem on the pads, that when you bowl him there. I remember another one from Wanderers, Dionarain Dial. You know,
it's the end of the over. 115 for 1.
And but the only way you get out of those things is by practice, going in the nets and have somebody, and as I said, not necessarily bowling to you, just get somebody to take up 15 balls and just throw it.
But that's why we have bowling machines now that could do that.
Yeah, that's right.
You could set it to do just that for you. And that's it. That's a great invention because with the bowling machines, you could work on specific things. If you know you have a problem, say with the cut shot, you could set the machine that
Yeah,
the
the
ball
ball is short and
allows
you
you
just- yeah.
to cut it. And you could set that machine. How many balls does your machine hold at any? 20?
I don't know. I've never
You know,
inquired.
so you could set it, and so you know if it's, let's say, 20 balls, right? Here he is again. And
That's a real cricket lover.
but he put he put his foot up on my
But
chair
yeah,
again.
but, no,
we'll
he's
have
a-
to have a word.
He's a, that is, it's a pity they didn't have about 100 like him. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
He's having his breakfast as well.
There you go. Breakfast of champions.
Yeah.
A banana
So-
and hot sun. There you go.
He's, no, but he's been here every day, hasn't he?
Yep. Not just this game.
Yeah.
Other games we've encountered him here as well.
Well, Daniel Durham is picking up the attack. A little surprised at that, and you didn't think maybe two pacers at either end? Or
Well, remember yesterday we were talking about using spin at one end and pace at the other
Yeah.
end, and I want to believe that might be the thinking here, that they're gonna unleash Durham because they know an early wicket could do the trick for them.
That's a nice delivery again. Just giving a little air and drifting it away from the left hander. And Jeremiah, he's had his problems with Durham even from yesterday.
Because they play for turn a lot, but the ball doesn't always turn. In fact, it seldom turns. And that one, again, hitting the outer edge of the bat. So I think they have to come to the realization that there isn't much turn on offer. And they continue to play for turn. So they're kind of playing inside the line of the ball. And maybe they should present the full face of the bat in the original line. That's better. So it's going to be an interesting battle here this morning, and I suppose all eyes will be on the Queen's Park Oval, but all ears as well, people trying to figure out what is going to happen in this game. I suppose the first couple of overs might give us an indication. An early wicket for the Leeward Islands will be just what the doctor ordered. For the Windwards, a few early boundaries just to settle nerves a little bit.
Let's hope the forecasters.
Are wrong.
Well, if it does rain, not again, we get away from it, and maybe if it rains all over Trinidad, that's fine. But if it can just stay away from here, because it could very well spoil what could be a very interesting game.
It's the end of the over maiden, 115 for one at the end of it. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, because I know you're a busy man, was to put on your thinking cap and tell us who, even if you make a short list, who impressed you in the tournament as we come to the end of the championships this year? Who you expected to do well and did well? Who you thought would have done well, didn't do well, and then some of the surprises.
Oh boy,
You
that's an interesting
make a list.
question. Yeah, it's.
It don't have to be many. It could just be a few
Yeah.
names that,
Well, we could start with this team, the Leeward
and
Islands,
even
the
that team,
Hurricanes.
team that surprised you a bit or did well.
Well,
that
the Windwards, they were at leaders at one time, and
then
when
they dropped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they went down to
Trinidad,
fourth.
when Red
Yeah.
Force beat them, they sort of went off the boil. Then they won the next game, so they're back in contention. And a victory here today with them could very well see them win the tournament based on bonus points, etc. So I think you have to say it's probably the surprise team. That's a beauty. That's a lovely ball.
Now, did that hit the inside edge? Because that certainly
Let's
took
see.
off.
No, they're
buys.
giving buys.
Whoa.
That certainly it had some bounce and some bite in it, because it cut back into the right-hander, and he had no idea.
Tried it again. It really jagged back sharply. And with bonks too.
Now, that really took off. Hamilton had no chance. Well, he was a little late getting across, but it was a difficult take. And 4 buys. Yeah, so I think the Windwards are a bit of a surprise. And when you look through their team, I think Athenaeus hasn't done as well as I would have liked him to do. I think he's a class player. And, he should be scoring much more runs than he has. And Hodge. I think the both of them need to really settle into to regional cricket and score more than they have. Tyson is one who I have a lot of time for. I think he's a decent bowler in terms of his pace. He seems to be bowling well within himself. I think you get hold of him. I'm not sure if he can add anything to his bowling at the moment.
That's another but it's a no ball. And that is always these two have added 50 now at 120 because they came together with 70 on the board. So 121 now with that no ball. And we see this is what his second no ball for the morning.
Yeah, he should be bowling those no balls at his pace and with his run. And then obviously for the Leewards, Mikhail Louis stands out. I mean, he's come from literally nowhere. And when I say literally nowhere, coming into the Hurricanes team and dominating. And when you say dominating, you have players like Carty, Graves, Powell. And he's really stood out. He stood head and shoulders above the rest of them. I don't think Powell has done as well as he would have liked. Carty, even though he's got 4 half centuries and a century, he's a West Indian player. He needs to 4 of those half centuries, at least 2 of them should have been turned into hundreds, and that to me is a disappointment. And
it's a good single again, good running.
And he must be disappointed as well, Carty, not getting it onto 3 figures more often.
Yeah.
Justin Graves started well, felt he's fallen away in the last couple of games, not getting big scores. I think 27 in this innings here has been his best score in the last 4 innings that he's batted. So he would be another one would be pretty disappointed. In terms of the bowling for the Leewards, I think Durham, the left-arm spinner, has been pretty good. Of course, the Cornwall, the usual Rakeem Cornwall, is the end of the over, 122 for 1. Yeah, Rakeem Cornwall is another one who, you expect him to be among the wickets, and he hasn't really disappointed.
Yeah, he has been taking wickets. Yeah. He hasn't probably scored as many runs as I would have expected him to.
Yeah, the thing with Cornwall, Ruskin, I to be honest, I
you
don't
take
like
what
his
you
style. Yeah, I don't like his style, and you take what you get. He likes to go over the top because he's not a stroke player that's going to work it around and look for the 1s and 2s, and he's looking for boundaries, and to get boundaries you have to take chances, and he takes chances, no doubt about it.
But it
on his day he will be
it must be said he did play a responsible innings the last game when he really put his head down and saw them home. He actually took them home to that victory. And
but
it was out of character.
Yeah, but not only that, 1 out of 8 is not good enough. That has to be more consistent. So and then so Durham is outside of that. There's nothing really else that I think this boy has a great future. Young Jewel Andrew.
Yep.
He's
as is this youngster here. He's going for his that missing leg, going down leg.
Yeah, he's another one that you have to look at and pay close attention to. My worry with some of these guys is what happens to them now. The Jewel Andrew, he goes and puts his legs up until next year. It's and that to me is the big problem. I haven't really seen Guyana much, but
Imla seems to be holding his own.
Be coming on.
And then the usual suspects.
The usual, the Pumol and the Moti. Sinclair, and I'm happy Sinclair.
There's a thick edge that's going to go. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. No, it's not going to go.
They should run 3.
They should get for 3rd one. Yep, that's good running again. And these two have really put their heads down and they've run well between the wickets. good understanding. And this left-hand, right-hand combination is actually working in their favor.
Oh, it is, no doubt. Yeah, the pride. You have McCaskey, who again scored 100, but to me, hasn't done enough. And Louis has now gone ahead of him in the pecking order. Will Chandapol, has he done enough? Because it's all right to say, well, I'm a West Indies player, but if you're not performing, I don't think anybody's going to take you on. Kirk McKenzie out of Jamaica hasn't really lit up the 4-day regional.
Yeah. And we know his potential.
Of course, he's a wonderful player. He looked so positive and good. 125 for 1 at the end of that over from Durham. Yeah, he looked so good against the Australians. He was fearless. That's what I liked about him. He was taking them on. Whereas Brathwaite and Chandapol looked like not only that, they look as if they were surviving. They were playing for survival. Where Mackenzie came in and said, okay, you pitch it up to me, I'm going to go over the top. You pitch it short, I'm going to hook. And that was the beauty of him. And you expected him now to come into the 4-day tournament and really do well, and he hasn't. Yeah. And my concern with him, and somebody needs to sit him down and say, listen, you cannot hit every ball for 4. That's the impression I get with him. Because there's no doubt he's another one with quite a lot of talent.
Yeah.
But you got to be
another no. That's a third no ball for the morning.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure why doesn't he just all
go
he's got to do is
go back over the wicket.
Yeah,
or more comfortable.
Or Ruskin remark his run. Go back a yard. There's so many different things you can do.
Not only that, these guys use measuring tape to mark out their runs. So they have it down, to the inch.
Normally from the popping crease, you take a long jump and then you mark how many ever you want. That takes the edge.
That went down. Yep.
Yeah. From Trinidad, Amir Django, in my view, has been, a revelation. We always knew his ability. There's that ball taking the outside edge and kept down.
It went down.
Yeah. What they're your friends, Ruskin. It's just one. Where's the mate?
Because it's the last day.
The mate just flew away.
It can't be one.
She just left. Maybe she's going to get some food.
All right.
That's a good shot.
Yep.
It's just going to get a single because there's a man at that deep square point. Yeah, and I think he's been really good. I was disappointed in Joshua Da Silva. I thought he should have scored more runs, but he's come good in the last 2 innings.
Games,
yeah, maybe somebody said I was disappointed with his performance, and he decided, he's going to show me, which is good. I'm glad. Yeah. His last 2 innings have been. That's what you want of a West Indies. He's a West Indies wicket keeper. He's a West Indies wicket keeper batsman.
Yeah.
So he's coming into this tournament. He needs to show those guys, hey, my name is Joshua Da Silva, and I'm a West Indian player.
Oh, that's a quick one. Yep.
Yeah, and of course Brian Charles has come good in the last couple of games. So he's another one who's, let's have a look at that. Short lifting, and Pascal just getting out of the way. Yeah, he's another one because you look at off spinners in the region.
He's been kind of knocking on the door for a while.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to. I think he needs somehow to be exposed more to some sort of higher grade of cricket. Let him.
That's coming back in. It's a loud appeal.
I think that was going down the leg.
Probably doing too much.
Yeah, he's one who you got to feel. Look, he's got to bowl to better batsmen. And let him learn how to work out the batsman. Whether you drift one, how much turn you give it, you straighten your various variations. So in Carey pair, unfortunately, Carey is down the pecking order in terms of the left arm spinners.
He continues to do
well for Trinidad, for the Red Force. But he's down the pecking order when you think of Moti and Akil Hussain, even Purmall. And similarly with Durham. Durham is down the order in terms of
Yeah.
left. There's so many
In
left
terms of,
arm
remember
orthodox.
last year he couldn't put a foot wrong. Every time he has 5 wickets.
Yeah.
He was certainly somebody who you felt would really be at the top on everybody's lips in West Indies cricket.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's I thought Otley and Mohan at the top of the order could have done better for the Red Force, given them better starts.
But when you think about it, the 2 Otleys have actually done okay.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah. But you see that word you're using there?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I think we need. It's the end of the over from Louis. Janova, which cost what? Just 3 runs on no ball and 2 runs off the bat. 128 for 1. No alarms, real alarms yet. Yes, they've had 1 or 2 balls that have misbehaved, but no chances per se. Balls going to hand. Yeah. So I think. Yeah, and Ruskin, we could go through the list all and say, well, this one is done okay, and
But
this
the comments
one okay.
would be similar.
Yeah.
Would be similar.
Yeah.
Maybe a consistent thread throughout.
Yeah.
Batsmen getting starts, not carrying on.
And then you say, well, they did okay. If you catch what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think we need guys.
They need okay to change into they did exceptionally well.
Well,
Yeah.
and even well, and that's a good delivery. Yeah. So, what I'm that is I like at the moment that is happening with regional cricket is that there's that delivery pitching and just beating the outside edge. Is there seems to be a lot more fast bowlers coming through. Whether that is
With the incentive?
because of the incentive, whether it's because the various regional teams are putting more emphasis on the faster bowlers. I'm not sure. Shamar Joseph may also be I want to use role model, but not in the sense of role model, but
as the example.
As the example that you could come from nowhere and do well.
Look at Tyson.
Yeah, he's another one. Yeah. I have a lot of time for that guy. I wish he was about 23 or 24.
Yeah.
But he's at 27. He's still in his prime, as a fast bowler.
And he could learn fast. That's the thing,
yeah.
because he would have a good understanding of, what you're telling him.
And he looks a good fieldsman. He took a really good catch, one where Edwards was looking over him when he took the catch. But that was a good catch.
Yep, he
wasn't afraid to go for it.
Yeah.
They have some players saying, I ain't going for that boy. Leave it for
He
leave
had
it for
to run.
Edwards.
He had to run a long way. Plus, he had the boundary rope
Yep.
right there, too.
And he had the boundary rope to study. He was looking at the ball, and then he had Edwards if he was going to run into Edwards, who was not even getting out of the way.
It was like Edwards could have folded his arms and just stay right there. This youngster continues to drive the ball very well.
Yeah.
Gets
well over it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's a really good prospect. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's another one who needs more cricket. And that's the problem. Well, as soon as you say that, the usual commentators curse.
And that's a good catch too.
He was reaching for it.
That is the captain Carty taking a fine catch there at backward point. That is the end of Pascal for 63. And it's 130 for 2 now.
Well, he was going after that delivery. It was wide of the off stump, and I think a little bit of overconfidence because he started. You could see him reaching for that, and he was never to the pitch. Let's have a look at it. Look at that delivery. You see, it was sort of the left leg never got across. He just played in, and the bat was outside the line of the off stump.
Which is something that I noticed yesterday, and I was making that point. He still doesn't get that left leg across enough. He gets it, he just moves it, but he doesn't really push it out to get closer to the delivery, which is what was required here. So he was reaching for that delivery as well. A good catch by Carty. All the same, because we've seen a couple go down yesterday that were much easier than that. And but he held on, leading by example as well. So we have a change in bowling from that southern end, as O'Shane Thomas is going to get an opportunity to stretch his legs a little bit and bend his back.
Yep, well.
And the new batsman, Atanas, is at the wicket.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that that O'Shane Thomas is into the attack, especially as Durham picked up a wicket. I thought it might have been a good opportunity for
Hayden Walsh.
You know, get the spin twins in and just an over or two, see what happens. But obviously, the ploy is to just bowl the pace from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
A no ball to start off with. So this is what, the fourth no ball for the morning. We had 3 from Louis, and first ball up for Thomas is another no ball.
You know, that's a little bit inexcusable, because you mark your run out, you're coming in for your first delivery and you're overstepping. I mean, come on.
You're not even warmed up properly.
Come
you're
on,
now
come on.
starting to.
I can understand if after 3 or 4 balls you're now looking for a little bit of extra pace and you may overstep. That's okay. But with your first delivery, where you really, it's just a loosener, where you're just trying to get line
just
and
ambling
length
up,
and you know.
Ooh,
That's
well
a good ball.
bowled.
Well, he's very upset. That came back a long way,
Yep, on the angle too.
and thankfully it wasn't a no ball.
Oh, but that's the other thing, because now you're kind of holding your breath,
Yeah.
you know, to know if he delivers a no ball, you know. And you look at that ball, it just caved back in, and certainly a good delivery. And that has been the story of his season, in essence. He didn't play many matches. There's another one who didn't get to play too many games coming back from injury. You thought he would have really grabbed this opportunity with both hands, but it hasn't happened for him.
That's really cut back.
Another one that is lined up nicely, coming into that leg stump.
Seemed to keep a little bit low, that one. And there was
Jeremiah.
having to come down on it quickly. Thomas striving for some pace, but he's not going to get much pace out of this pitch. What he needs to do is get the movement, hit the seam, get it to come back in, get it to jack back in, and then get the odd one to move away. I'm not sure if he's going to bowl more of the outswinger than the in-swinger.
There we are.
She's got the food and she's come back.
But she's hiding it, keeping it for herself.
Well, she may have fed him already. And it's gone back on the lower level.
Yeah, we talking about he and she. Suppose we have it all wrong.
Well, I don't know, Ruskin. I haven't checked. I haven't gone close enough to lift the feathers or whatever to see who is she and who is he. I'm just assuming. I'm assuming that it's a he and a she. It may not be. It may be a he and a he, or a she and a she, or a he she.
Well, you never know. This was another good delivery from O'Shane Thomas. Just this one past stump height, but again it was just fractionally outside the off stump. So this has been a testing over.
It's been a good over outside of that first ball, no ball,
yep.
which you just I couldn't fathom that, your first delivery.
He's striving for a wicket. I really would give him a second slip though, because if that ball hit the edge, he has been so unlucky. So you need to support him.
Another good You know, actually, this has been a good over. Yep. One of the best overs I've seen from O'Shane Thomas. He's good.
Been consistent.
He's good line, good length.
Yeah. He's bowling good pace too.
Yeah, some good pace. I mean, he's really getting no help from the pitch. So you have to say that, he's bowling well. He's getting that little bit of an inducker to Jeremiah. I think Jeremiah is a little concerned as well.
The movement, the amount of movement he's
that's
getting.
Right.
Yep.
What he needs to do is get a little bit of bounce now and put Jeremiah under real pressure. And they've got a, it's very interesting
Short
field
point.
placing. Yeah, a short point in a catching position just in case he tries to lift that ball outside the line of the off stump, because he's in a catching position. He's not walking in. And that one just moved away. So, and you could even see Hamilton applauding it because that was a good delivery.
Yeah, because he was trying to change up the
That's
the
right.
trajectory a
I
little
suppose,
bit.
I suppose if you had to criticize that delivery, Ruskin, you would say he should have got a little closer to the off stump.
True, and but you could see the intention.
Of course.
It was to try to move that one away from
Yeah.
him, as opposed to the others that were coming in at him. The oval really looks a picture bathed in sunshine.
The question is it going to stay like this for the day?
I'm not even
Ruskin Mark.
I'm not even asking that question. I'm staying with the sunshine. It really is a lovely day so far. That's well bowled again. This has been a splendid over from
Yep.
O'Shane Thomas. On another day, he might have picked up 2, possibly
Correct.
even 3 wickets. But as it is, you know when things not going your way, they say wet paper could cut you. He's going through that right now. It's 131 for 2.
Yes, he's got none for 21 from 6. The only wicket taker there is Daniel Durham. But look at that, 12 overs, 2 for 20. It's been a really... He has to be the match winner for the Leewards. If they're to go on to win this game, you would expect that he would be the one that would do it for them.
Well, it was good to see there, Colin, while we were looking at Dr. Shallows and the rest of the top brass up there. They still harboring hopes of a Windward Islands victory, no doubt. But I'm sure, well, he did say that. He was really impressed with how they performed. They want the win, though, because they've never won it.
Yeah.
So they would love to get a victory. Although, based on what happened with Guyana, it might actually be out of their hands as it stands right now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see because Guyana, they've really come from nowhere. But you know, it's the tournament has been well set up. I like it because you've got coming into this round, you have 4 teams who could have won it.
Yep.
You know, the Leewards, the Windwards, the Barbados, and Guyana.
And even the let's just say for argument's sake, let's say Guyana would have already won it. The minor positions are still, you're not sure.
Up for grabs.
Yeah, you're still not sure who's going to finish where right now. It could change drastically by the end of today's play. So I suppose the West Indies Cricket Board would be happy with what they've seen and how this tournament has panned out. The decision to bring you have CCC and the academy playing as well. Also, Atenes was trying to turn that one on the onside. He wasn't happy though because he had enough time, but it was so slow that he couldn't really effect it. That little flick that he wanted. He has to be careful though when you try to flick spin bowling. You could here he is again having to kind of make a jab, wait for the ball.
He's such a talent. He's got so much time in which to play. Look at his position. He was in position early, and then last minute he was just working that ball to leg. He seems to have so much time in which to play the ball. He's really a great talent, but he's another one who you have to say needs to score hundreds.
Yeah, underachieved right now. I don't know if the burden of captaincy might be a factor.
Well, it's the end of the over from Durham. Made an over, good over to Athenes, 131 for 2. The thing is, you look around the region, Ruskin, and there are not many leaders, not many.
That was something else that I wanted to ask you. I was asking about the players, but I really wanted to talk about the whole question of captaincy and leadership, because we've seen different captains now on all the teams, and a lot of them are fairly defensive captains. They don't want to take too many risks. Yeah,
I must admit, I'm not overly impressed by the captains in the region. I'm not seeing any natural leaders. I like Josh Da Silva, but I wouldn't burden him with captaincy because of his wicket-keeping duties.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you have got Craig Brathwaite there now, and he's been leading the West Indies, and I suppose outside of the Australian series, has performed reasonably well. So you can't
As
say
captain,
yeah,
as captain and batsman,
yeah,
yeah.
and captain as and batsman. You know, I don't think he's the greatest captain that we've had. So it's something that but you see, you have to depend basically on the regional boards to ensure that when they pick a leader, he's
Could
not
inspire. Could
yeah,
inspire
and
players.
that he also has the potential to become West Indies captain if need be.
And I just say, he's a leader of men
Yeah.
who can get people to.
That's
to-
right,
to
motivate
do,
and
yeah.
that kind of thing. That's
He went another no ball. Well, but Colin, look at how far across
Jeremiah.
Athens. No, it's Athens.
sorry,
on the other
Athens,
side.
yeah.
Look at how far across Athens was. If you see that again, his leg stump was very much exposed. Yeah,
yeah, it's
he
interesting.
went right across that. And watch it here again.
Yeah, his leg stump was exposed. You're right. He's got to be careful.
Yep.
I think
You
he's.
sound like the
you know,
merchant there, boy. Gotta be careful.
I don't know that song. I do apologize. I know you are when it comes to
You gotta be
calypso.
careful.
Oh, still don't know his song.
See, I
Maybe
don't-
I know this song, Ruskin.
It's just my singing is what throwing you off.
It's throwing me off a little
yeah,
bit.
you ingrate you.
Maybe I know. Maybe I'll look for the song with Merchant, and then I'll say, oh, yes, I know that song. I'll Google it.
Not my version.
Yeah, I'll Google it. I'll Google it at some time.
Yeah, I probably have too much bass in my own.
Well, I'm not sure about bass. I'm thinking of melody, but we won't go into that at this point in time.
What are you
Ruskin.
saying? My
It's,
singing is an
and
abomination?
listen. The sun is shining as well. Please, I beg of you. It's blue sky all around, and you can wait maybe at 5:30, and you could.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's still a little too wide of the off stump. Athens just allowing it to go through. So much depends on this guy.
You
I
see,
think-
what's the difference with his setup compared to a lot of the other batsmen? He covers his off stump. Although, like I said, I thought he went across there. Maybe because the bowler is bowling from around the wicket, he probably doesn't think he can hit that leg stump. But I think he's living dangerously there. But you just look at his all the mechanics of how he sets up, where he's positioned. There's another spectator enjoying the cricket, sitting there by himself. There's a shout, not out, says the umpire. Struck
Yeah,
outside the off stump, maybe.
And I thought it was a little bit high as well. Yeah, maybe let's have a look at it. Yeah, probably just getting the benefit there.
Yeah, but this has been a good spell from O'Shane Thomas. It's really, in fact, if you look at his spell compared to what we got from Louis, he's been more consistent with his line, and he's up in pace as well. He's running almost from behind the umpire. They thought for a moment about a single,
Yeah,
but the early.
that came into him, Ruskin, and what was good about that shot, he was just going with as the ball
With
came
the
in.
angle.
Yeah, he was just working it. Probably was trying to get it between that mid-on and the squarish mid-wicket, and I thought it just couldn't angle it down through that gap.
His whole setup is so much better than some of the other players. I think a lot of players can look at him and learn just how he would. And look at his trigger movement as well, as he has a nice compact stance. And that first movement, he kind of jumps into line, and then from there, He ended the over 133 for 2.
And it hasn't been bad from O'Shane Thomas. He's
It's
had
been
2
excellent.
overs. Yeah, I must admit, not that he's surprised me, but sometimes he's a little bit more erratic than he is, and he's all over the place. These 2 overs, outside of the 2 no balls he's bowled, I thought he's bowled well. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's been moving the ball both in and away from the left-handers. I think he's really done very well indeed.
So, Colin, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Furlong.
The QRC boy.
Yeah. And you all could discuss a little bit about the clock and everything else.
Once he doesn't want to discuss QRC, I'll be all right. He's probably going to say QRC has a better clock and it chimes and it's painted in red and white and all sorts of. I have to hear all that sort of nonsense. And the Magnificent Seven and all of these things. But thankfully, sometimes I can just turn off my hearing aid, so I don't have to hear those things. Good morning, Mr. Furlong. How are you?
Very good morning, Colin Murray. A very good morning to Trinidad and Tobago and our viewers across the Caribbean. Exciting day 4 in prospect here for us. Didn't know you were like Dr. Eric Williams with a hearing aid, Colin Murray?
No, I don't have a hearing aid. What I'm saying is, he's a QRC boy. He had to bring up QRC boys now. He's forgot the clock on the building. He's gone to personnel. My.
Well, I was about to tell you this morning, usually I go over to Lady Young to enjoy the magnificent view on my way to one of the magnificent 7 Queen's Royal College to attend school. This morning, Saturday morning, no traffic on the roads, made my way gently into Port of Spain.
Gently?
Gently.
Okay.
At a slow pace, no roadblocks, no speed timing. Quietly into Port of Spain.
Very good, very good. And you were driving that big car of yours, that big
Sanyong Action.
the Audi, or Volvo.
So I just have a normal pickup from Stirling.
A normal pickup.
Normal pickup from Stirling.
I hear you. That's a good shot, but
Little indecision there in the running.
it's that
Jewel
young
there.
Andrew.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would hesitate
quick.
as well. Him and Walsh on the ball.
Yeah. Well, it was maybe a few meters away from him. So once you went early for the run, it was a pretty safe run.
Very
But,
curious, Colin. The fast bowler is back on, changing ends. Durham was operating from this end into those foot marks there. 2 left-handers at the crease. You want to exploit that area outside that off stump for Durham if he was bowling from this end.
Well, who knows? It could very well be a change of ends for Durham. And maybe Hayden Walsh might come on from this end, But my point is, if you were looking at Hayden Walsh, he's gone after it, and the umpire says not out. Hamilton and the slip cord and the bowler absolutely convinced that Athanase, and here I go again, Atherton. I keep calling him Atherton, it's not
Well, we
the
made
first time.
mention of Hodge looking so much
me-
like Keith Atherton, but
let me
those
have a-
rough marks outside the left-hander's stump, just ball hitting into that rough spot. It's very, very rough out there, Colin.
Yeah.
Deep depressions into the pitch of the bowler's run-up, which is why I was surprised that Durham was taken off from that end. But as you said, for Walsh. But there you could see the batsman Atherton is suggesting that he hadn't hit it. In the first innings, he suggests for his LBW show that he did hit it to the umpire, was given out. This occasion,
Well,
pleading that he didn't hit it.
the bat would have hit the ground because there was a noise. I need Snicko for this. Yeah.
Just on the popping crease as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, it seemed the bat hit the ground.
It is a
And,
lot of bridge.
away
That one
from the-
almost moved like an away swinger,
Yeah.
in swinger to the left-hander.
Louis tends to move the ball around, and
I was impressed with O'Shane Thomas as well, bowling from that south end. Perhaps making the change with Durham in the next over. O'Shane completing, about 4 overs he tossed down from that end? But just 2, in fact, this morning. But he looked very sharp indeed, apart from the no balls. Yesterday afternoon as well, he looked pretty impressive with the ball in hand. After, he looked pretty impressive with the bat as well.
yeah.
Having a good game. He was out of the team for a while, just warming to his task now, O'Shane Thomas. We see all of his potential. Selected early for the West Indies team. See glimpses of it here in this match early on, late yesterday afternoon as well. For me, this is the game right here. Athenes, Jeremiah, and to come Ambrose as well. These are the people the Windward Islands would be looking for in this run trace to do well and get as close as possible to the remaining runs. Hold that target in. I know all the fans across the Windward Islands would be keen looking on at this game as well as the Windward Islands.
The end of a pretty good over, though, from Jeremiah Louis. Had that big appeal against Athenes, 134 for 2.
The key game in this fixture. Day 4. Seen a couple games completed already. Guyana at the top of the table, 103.8 points. I'm assuming they're 12 points for a win, as well as some batting and bowling points, taking them up to be leaders on the table. All the permutations and combinations being spoken about across the Caribbean. The Windward Islands sitting in 3rd place behind Trinidad and Tobago. The Trinidad game is completed. Trinidad sit in 2nd place on 92 points. Windward Islands just behind them on 90 points. That will change upon the completion of this game, or may not. Outside the off stump again from Mushin. He's gotten that ball to come back into the left-hander, and on the odd occasion gets one to go away. There is only one slip in position for that delivery that is going away. He's been a touch wide with those that shape away from the left-hand batsman. But some concern there that there's only one slip in that of Kyron Powell, in case that ball does take the edge for that one odd one that he gets to go away. But he's been back on target for the most part, O'Shane Thomas. He's gone around the wicket. Struggled with no balls when he was over the wicket. Are operating around the wicket in the last over. This one as well. 2 left-handers at the crease.
So he's opted for the pace now at both ends. So taking, I'm not too sure of the taking Durham out of the attack, but they obviously feel that the pacers can maybe shake up Athenes and Jeremiah.
The ball as well is 45 overs old. I know it's the morning period, still in the first hour of play, trying to get any moisture that would have been trapped on the covers overnight, but ball is 45 overs old. O'Shane Thomas only 2 overs this morning thus far, and between Durham and Walsh, taking 9 wickets between them in the first inning. Durham with 6. There's the aggression again from O'Shane Thomas, feeling off his own bowling, keeping the batsman honest, sending him back into his crease very hastily, trying to throw the stumps down.
See there, he's having, well, the umpire is just saying to him, well, maybe you just, you got to be very careful. You're going very close there. So he needs to go back and just mark his run again and say, just take a step back. When you're bowling no balls with the run you have, you maybe need to take a step back.
And he's been operating on both sides of the umpire, over and around the wicket. Looked at the area this morning on the popping crease. There was some repair work done by the staff, the ground staff. Just putting some grass in, wetting it a bit, using the rammer to get that surface proper through for the fast bowlers, landing left leg, in fact, landing on that popping crease.
Getting some bounce again, some lift, and struck Jeremiah in the glove.
Is that a warning from the umpire for running on the wicket there, umpire Gregory Brathwaite? Could very well be, yeah. He's just encroaching on the batting surface. See Gregory Brathwaite just raising the index finger, not wagging it to say no, but perhaps just a warning there. We'll have to confirm that.
Well, I wouldn't say a warning, but he's probably just said to him, listen, be careful, you're running on the thing. The next time I'll probably give you an official warning.
See the match referee, umpire Sandy, just making his way to the boundary area. In fact, he's turning to talk to the ground staff as well. So probably was an indication for the third umpire. Just have the ground staff at the drinks break look at that area again. Probably just to paint the line over. with O'Shane Thomas coming very close to that popping crease area for no balls.
He's bowled well though. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's not been too short. He's not been too full. You have to give him credit for that. And he's getting a little bit of bounce every now and again. Gets the ball to take off. And he's making life a little bit uncomfortable at times for Jeremiah.
He'll be making his captain happy, however, seeing his approach this morning. Carty. He will be getting what he wants from his fast bowler, his main striking fast bowler there, O'Shane Thomas, into the team for Rakeem Cornwall. He was also a main weapon for the Leeward Islands with his off spin.
End of the over from O'Shane Thomas, a maiden over. So he's bowled pretty well, 134 for 2, and O'Shane Thomas 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. And it's the first time in a while I've seen Thomas keep his line, keep his length. Sometimes he tries to bowl a little too quick, and when he does, he loses his length, he loses his line.
Yeah, he is going off the field, O'Shane Thomas, completing his 3rd over of the morning. Substitute fieldsman on. Might be that man Edwards. Jeremiah Lewis to continue from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. There's also Archibald, Colin Archibald, and Hayden Walsh, Justin Graves as well. Options for Casey Carty in this match, trying to prevent Windward Islands from getting to that target. The target is down now to 281 runs for the Windward Islands. The run rate just under 2.9, so it's been slow going this morning. As you'd expect on a 4th day, team chasing a total. The game plan here for the Windward Islands would try to bat as normal as possible. Play each ball on its merit, get to that tea in that lunch interval, then look forward to tea and reassess the position each time in terms of runs remaining. This one down the leg side, short, no ball again, this time from Lewis around the wicket. Fire good start there, signaling a no ball. Takes the extras on to 22, and that will help as well the total. One slip again in place. Man at backward point. One close in Justin Graves there. It's a short cover point. This one angled into the batsman. Walk down to that emergency fieldsman. They're coming off the boundary. Mr. Edwards. Colin, if you were in the Windward Islands team there, looking at how many runs remaining, looking at each hour of play, where do you think they'd want to be in terms of runs at the lunchtime interval?
That's a good question. We're talking, Ruskin and myself were talking about that before the start of the day's play, and we're thinking, well, if they can get about 80, 85 runs in this session and leave themselves to get maybe a 220 in the last 2 sessions, the important thing is to have wickets intact. If these two can continue building, and maybe within there's 65 minutes left for play before lunch. So if they can get up to say 200, another 63 runs means they've got 214 to get in the last 2 sessions. It's doable, but the question is, can they get the 63 runs to get up to 200 by lunchtime? That's it. It may be a pretty tall order, because you're talking 63 runs in 65 minutes. And the way they're batting, not that they're struggling, but you look at Athenaeus, for example, 1 from 20 deliveries, Jeremiah 33 from 97. Both of them have got to sort of up the tempo, especially Jeremiah, because he's been there slightly longer than Athenaeus, so you'd expect him to be a little bit more positive.
It's been slow progress since the fall of that wicket, Stephen Pascal.
And since Atherton has also come, it has, it's 5 by my watch that I think did they start 5 minutes earlier today? No. Because it's 5, it's not an hour play yet. By my watch, it's about 55. By the clock, it's 55 minutes. But they're going to take a drinks break. So 137 for 2, Athenaeus 1, Jeremiah 33. They've lost the wicket of Pascal for 63 this morning, but it's been slow going, Billy. Again, some pretty tight bowling, you have to admit. There's still 279 runs needed. So if they can get within the next hour, say 55 runs, but without losing a wicket, or even if they lose 1 wicket, they could be in with a shout for the last 2 sessions. But that's the situation here. It's a drinks break as the players are getting refreshed. We ourselves are going to take a little bit of a break. So the players are all refreshed, and we're just going to get started again here. And is it going to be O'Shane Thomas? Is it going to be Daniel Durham? Is it going to be Colin Archibald? It seems to be Archibald is going to replace O'Shane Thomas at that Brian Lara Pavilion end. The total on 137 for 2. Jeremiah on 33. Athanase, he is on 1. He's at the non-strikers end, so it means that Jeremiah, who has 33 at the moment from 97 deliveries, he's going to be facing the left-arm pacer. Just 2 slips in place. And not sure the point position. I think that's Louis is asking, should he be short in a catching position? Does he go behind point? Does he go to a short third man? Yes, they just, so the second slip is coming out in Graves, and he's going towards that short catching position at point. Louis is going more towards a backward point, as here's Archibald. I think he was running into the ball before Louis was actually getting into position. He just turned and looked and saw that this guy was making, coming into ball. But it's a good dot ball.
Archibald keen to take up the attack from that southern end.
Billy, you remember while I was on with Ruskin Mark, he was singing this song, something, be careful. You know, the man sent me the song, and it sounds totally different.
I remember it started with the line, I'm hungry.
Yeah, but it sounds totally different to Merchant. You know, I mean, okay, I'm not asking him to be a singer, but at least, you know, have the correct melody and things like that.
There was no musical accompaniment for him.
Oh, so he was, so that's, okay.
So he didn't quite have the,
he didn't, okay.
appropriate melody.
Okay, I understand. I'm happy, Billy, that you've pointed that out to me, because I wasn't sure. Now, is it getting a little overcast? Or the sun has left us? No, they said, the forecaster said by 11 o'clock it's going to rain. Not that I believe the forecasters, I'm just pointing it out to you.
Well, I haven't had a look at the forecast. I don't want to have a look at the
you
forecast.
You don't? Okay.
I'm very keen on the cricket itself.
Okay, I suppose that's, nothing is wrong with that. But
just want to anticipate a good game without interruption.
Yes, let's hope that. Yeah, you're right. If we can get that, we'll be, because
it is a factor.
Now Graves is warming up, so I'm wondering if he is going to come into the attack. We haven't seen Hayden Walsh, and it's an hour into play.
Very surprising indeed. I thought at least he might be thinking operate the 2 spinners from one end and a fast bowler from the other. Definitely want your spinners on at this northern end to exploit that rough. But 2 left-handers at the crease and that area on the southern end outside the off-stump, and as well developing on the northern end, the 4 wicket. You might want to get your spinners in to exploit that area. Take advantage of the fact that you do have 2 left-handers at the crease. Increase your chances or probability of taking a wicket. Unpredictable bounce out of those areas, but it is Archibald.
That's a good bit of fielding. Louis had to move swiftly to his right.
Yeah, they took a lot of time to set the field. There was initially 2 slips in place in Justin Graves, and now we see this. Oh yeah, just a high 5 there.
It deserved that. It was a good piece of fielding, because Jeremiah was trying to get it a little wide, maybe a little straighter or a little finer. And Louis sprinted across to his right, sliding across the outfield.
You don't often see captains getting a high 5 for the field placement, but Carty deserved that one high 5 as well. They're putting Louis precisely in that position, setting the field at the start of this over.
That's a good shot. Runs.
You can't set a field for bad bowling, though. It was badly lined down the leg side and worked away for 4.
Yep, not a good delivery at all by Archibald. And well played by Jeremiah, because you got to put away the bad balls, and he certainly put it away.
Yeah, he's kept quiet, so sometimes when you're bogged down at one end, you miss time loose deliveries, but he got a lot of bat on that, making its way across the Queen's Park outfield.
141 for 2 at the end of the over. And look at those bowling figures. The only man with 2 wickets, Daniel Durham, and he's not in the attack.
Inexplicably so. Hayden Walsh as well, 7 overs yesterday. He's not been tried for the morning thus far. We into the second hour of play, just after the drinks break.
Well, I do apologize. Daniel Durham is now into the attack, and not sure why he came out of the attack. And maybe he needed a 5, but not sure. But he's back in the attack now, and he's going to be bowling to Athanaze.
That should be another high five to the captain for bringing him back into the attack. See if it will bear fruit.
Athanaze on 1 from 21 deliveries. Hasn't been his fluent best here today. I wouldn't say he's struggled. It's just that he hasn't been his fluent best. He's been pushing and prodding. Whew, that was close. But Louis is not there. No, he's come a little straighter with that shot. He was at forward short leg. He was slightly squarer. Now he's come very straight indeed.
Very much in the face of the batsman, in the face of the captain Athanaze. Not quite into that rough area, more onto middle stump. Walked into the onside.
Hamilton gives chase. Hamilton is so exuberant. He's the kind of player that there he is. He's the kind of player that you really would love on your team because he's always buoyant. He's always.
It's typical of the characteristics of wicket keepers across the world. Remember that Bangladesh wicket keeper as well, very energetic.
Runs for Jeremiah. Again, that ball just straightening on him, and he just I give him benefit of the doubt. I thought he just opened the face of the bat slightly, and it just ran off the face more than the edge.
Seeing Kyron Powell chase that one down there, no signs of any. He had come into this game with an injury. He went off the field a couple times yesterday as well, falling awkwardly from a wayward return, but he chased that one down without any concern. Athanaze gets off strike, working Durham down. When you're batting and you have those rough spots outside your off stump, Colin, does it enter your mind at all as a batsman?
Yeah.
Do you try to block it out?
No, it must enter your mind as a batsman. You're hoping that that when the ball pitches there, you're covering it, or you get it before it pitches there.
Does it change your thinking in terms of how you play, your technique?
Not really. I think you play one way. When I say you play one way, I think you just got to be a little bit more mindful of the rough spots there. You got to say to yourself, if it hits there, what can the ball do? But you got to sort of blank it out of your mind as well, because you don't want to be thinking of that as a batsman and say, boy, if that ball hits there, I don't want to play a shot. I've got it. And sometimes rather than just playing your natural game, your mindset is on that, and it can certainly worry you. 144 for 2. Daniel Durham, 14 overs, 2 for 23.
Yes, 8 wickets in the match thus far. Want to get that 10 wickets in the match as the day goes on. I'm reminded of that, what was labelled ball of the century by Shane Warne, pitching into that rough area, bowling Andrew Strauss behind his back.
He had one with Mike Gattin as well, that pitched way outside the leg stump and hit the off stump.
Yeah, very bemused Mike Gatting, looking all around to see what happened. What were they appealing for? What is the celebration about? He lost his stumps.
Shane Warne, what a bowler.
Legend, the man Shane Warne, the Australian. He is missed, will be missed continuously in this glorious game of cricket. His commentary, his comments as well on commentary. Very good analysis from him, analogies. Effervescent personality. The leg spinner Shane Warne.
He was also very much call it as he call a spade basically. Never held back. See a change in the field here. So they've put a man right back down at the deep backward square leg, and they've now taken out that guy at point, and they've put him towards mid-wicket.
We've been discussing captaincy. We see 2 slips in place now. The man from point has gone to that
second slip.
There's a man at point boundary. There's a man at deep square leg on the boundary, as well as a fine leg.
And they've put a short mid wicket. So I think they're asking Archibald really to bowl at the stumps. Don't bowl wide of the off stump. Bowl at the stumps. So they've got the protection at mid wicket on the onside, the mid wicket, mid on, and that deep backward square. So don't bowl outside the leg stump like you're doing now. Bowl on the stumps, because Athens is just going to pick that off and gets a boundary.
Yeah, Athens
Simple as that.
too good a player to miss out on that there. Even though two men set there on the boundary on the leg side, he's too good a player not to capitalize on that loose delivery down the leg side. Just trying to figure out, working on that middle stump line there, Archibald, just coming back into the attack. I always say, fast bowlers, route one, off stump outside that, off stump, utilize that slip. It's still an area that batsmen would have some difficulty playing if you're good enough to hold that line short of a length outside that off stump or on about the off stump.
Well, some confusion is happening here with the field placing, because Archibald, in my view, seems to want a stronger offside field. And if you're going to bowl short or you're going to bowl outside leg stump or leg stump, you either got to have a guy short in at fine leg, stopping that ball they're just going to turn to leg. So I'm not too sure of the field placing here for Athens. Now the second slip has come out and he's gone to that short backward point position. So it tells me for Jeremiah, he's going to bowl more off stump line. For Athens, for some reason, he's bowling more leg stump line, and Athens is just going to pick it off. It's really strange tactics for me.
I don't know if Carty, his fellow West Indian teammate, has some inside information as to any weaknesses Athens may have in that area. But you're quite right. A good stop there from Justin Graves in the covers.
He moved quickly.
Yeah, sharp fieldsman Justin Graves. Very impressive player overall. Swimming in Australia as well, getting some runs, bowling some overs. In this match as well, he got the ball to go both ways. Capable with the bat as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I'm a little bit bemused by why are they going to attack Athens on that leg stump? Because he's just going to work that ball behind square. But here for Jeremiah, he's bowling the off stump line. And
you mentioned
that
short in, I would say catcher if you want to put him at short fine leg, for that ball rising into the rib cage area of Athens when it is pitched in short, might come off the glove, might come off the top of the bat and go in the air. Ruskin Mark made a mention of that as well. You want to have that man in catching either in front of the bat but definitely close into the batsman if that is going to be your line of attack. Instead there's protection in the deep. Not quite sure it's a catching position, but Captain Carty has a plan.
Now there is Jeremiah. He plays that shot to deliveries just outside the line of the off stump, trying to guide it, trying to open the face of the bat and guide it down towards third man. Here he wasn't successful. The end of the over from Archibald. There we see some ominous clouds at the moment. Very ominous. Ruskin Mark wouldn't like that. 149 for 2 at the end of the over.
And I wanted to ask you the question without looking at the weather map, Colin. Did they bat too long yesterday?
I suppose we'll have to wait and see if the weather does intervene and they're 8 wickets down or something. Then you can say yes. I mean, I honestly, I thought they did. I thought, but as it's turning out now at 149 for 2, maybe if they had given them 350, 375, you would have thought that it's pretty much more gettable than 416.
Good delivery there. The 9th wicket fell with the score on 250 runs. Would have given them a 371 lead at that point in time when Ocean Thomas strode out to bat. They added 44 runs in that last wicket pass. Out appeal there. Durham strikes, getting the outside edge of Athens, caught by Hamilton, and doing the job. They're pitching in that rough, that variable bounce, little bit of deflection off the bat off that outside edge. Very good catch from Hamilton indeed. A very faint edge there. And Athens going with the score on 149 for 2. Durham strikes again from that end on the northern end.
So it's now 149 for 3. With the dismissal of Athens, they're very disappointed. I tell you what, I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand the move to take Durham out of the attack. He's the danger man. He's got to win. That's a good delivery, but he's the man that's going to win the match for the Leewards if they have to win this game. How could what was they brought on? I can't even remember who they brought on. Louis. Yeah, imagine Ruskin Mark. He remembers that. Louis. They brought on for 2 overs. What's the sense?
Particularly knowing these two spinners, Walsh and Durham got 6 wickets in that first inning, 9 wickets in total for the spinners, operating from that very end. And he got the wicket of Athens as well in the first innings. So another wicket there to him now takes his total to 9 wickets in the game. Surely he's your trump card.
Yeah, it's been a bad game for Alec Athens, 14 and 8. It hasn't been really a great game for him, and he would want to forget this game. But the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are now in a pretty good position. Hodge comes to the crease, and of course, we know Kavim Hodge is an exciting player, but he's got to play himself in first before he looks to make shots. I think the victory target for the Windward Volcanoes it's slipping away slightly when you think about it, because there's still 267 runs to get, and only got 45 minutes to the luncheon interval and the 2 sessions after. I mean, listen, 2 batsmen get going, it's gettable. I'm not saying it's out of the question, but it's becoming more and more difficult.
Yeah, like another key batsman here, Kavim Hodge. He's got runs this season, but it will all rest on his shoulders as well as Ambrose to come if they are going to hold that total in.
I like that. They had the man on the point boundary and they're bringing him in. But he needs to come in a little closer. He's got to save the single. You want to keep Hodge on strike. Yeah, you need to keep Hodge on strike. There's 3 deliveries left now. You want him to face these 3 deliveries. Don't give him a single. Put him under pressure.
See Durham coming, left arm thrown around the wicket to Hodge. And there is some area where O'Shane Thomas was following through in his early spell. Just scuffed up in front of that right-hander's off stump now. You can just see it there in the picture as well on your screen. Couple areas for him to work with there. Could be a target for Durham. Yeah, I want to get that man close in there. He's into that rough area as well, just on the edge of it there.
I would just take maybe somebody from where we can take him. Maybe from, they're putting him, they're taking the forward short leg and putting him to silly point. Now, I was thinking of leaving the forward short leg, bringing in maybe the short extra cover and putting him at silly point.
They're looking to give the single now, short and wide outside, but it's cut away. They
That's
were
a
looking
good
to
shot.
give him 1. They're going to, of course, Hodge is going to come for 2. He's very quick.
That's really good running. He hit that well. It was short, and he was onto the back foot in a flash, and he absolutely hammered it down to a deep point position, and the running was excellent. Let's have a look. As this delivery, it was short, it was wide out. He gave himself room, and he absolutely smashed it, and didn't get a boundary because they put the man back out for the final delivery. But look at the running from Hodge. He was motoring coming down, and he picked up 2 good runs. So the end of the over from Durham, an over in which he picked up the wicket of the Volcanoes captain, and it's 151 for 3. With those 2 runs from Hodge, the 150 is up.
3 wickets for Durham in this innings. Takes him to 9 in the match. We see O'Shane Thomas coming back into the attack from the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Had a good spell, to be fair. He was getting the ball to go both ways, away from the left-hander, and some of them just swinging back in, cramping the left-hander. He's walking away outside that Awesome. Still 1 slip in place for him, the fast bowler, and that man Louis. Backward point. And Graves in close. on the offside.
Spectators catch as he was driving at a delivery pitched up to him.
Would you say that Louis is in a run-saving position or a catching position there? He's at backward point, but is he at a deep gully if that is to be a catching position? See the change now. Just discussing it. Graves deciding. Just arguing with Carty somewhat there. Graves going into second slip. I'm much happier with this field, Colin.
Yeah, it's he's got 2 slips, so he's got to get outside that off stump, get it moving away from the left-hander. It's well played by Jeremiah. He looks comfortable. I mean, you know, he's I wouldn't like to use the word he's struggled, but he hasn't been very fluent in terms of getting the ball away. He's been pushing, prodding, 38 from 111 deliveries.
Yeah, he's been very circumspect this morning, not trying to play too many risky shots, playing within his zone, playing at only anything that is coming at him and at the stumps. Trying to just work the ball around and get as much runs as we can. You see some fans building there in the Caribbean stand.
He's got some company, our friend. That's well left. That is well left. He was thinking of playing at it and then realizing that that ball was just slightly leaving him, but also had a little bit of bounce, and he just withdrew the bat at the last moment. That was very, very well played.
That is why I'm happy with the field as it's set now. I would probably just put Louis in a gully maybe, or take that mid-wicket out and put that gully in with that shape that Thomas is getting just away from the left-hander. Give him that extra man in that slip to bite another wicket before the lunch period. 3 wickets down. Get another wicket. Put another slip in. He's bowling well. He's a little bit overcast as well, aiding the swing movement.
Getting right behind the line. That was short of just back of a length. And Jeremiah wasn't as quick as some of his previous deliveries. And Jeremiah was right in line.
No success for Thomas thus far.
And it's unfortunate because he's bowled well. You know, I think he deserved a wicket. He's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions, bowled coming back, jogging back, and 1 or 2 leaving the left-hander outside the line of the off stump. Well, there's another one. He's driving, getting an inside edge, and that could have gone anywhere. And luckily for him, it missed the stumps and went out towards a backward square leg, and he picks up a single. So another unfortunate situation for Thomas. He's been very, very unlucky indeed.
Yeah, that one pitch further up, coming off the inside there. The shot in the dark there from Jeremiah. Not even knowing where that ball spewed out to. Went behind square for a single called through by Hodge. A very good delivery there from Mushin Thomas. He's going to go over the wicket now to the new batsman, Kaveem Hodge. Hodge already on 2. He's going to have 2 slips again.
Runs for Hodge. Too short, but just a single because he finds the man down at third man. But that was far too short. And Hodge had no problem in just getting on his toes and angling it down to third man. I thought he would have tried to get a little squarer. But the end of an over, another pretty good over from Thomas. 153 for 3.
Yeah, coming back into the attack. Bowling very well to the left-hander. As a right-hander to contend with now, Hodge. And just making that change from left hand to right hand, from around the wicket to over the wicket. Not quite getting his line or length right there. It's a little too wide and too short.
So they've taken the silly point and they've put him back to forward short leg. But I would like to see a silly point as well. They just need to stop him from just lunging forward and playing defensively.
263 runs to get. This one on the stumps. Closer to Hodge. Closer in line to Hodge. He's an extra cover. A man sweeping on the offside. That's wide and cut away in the air, but it's behind point. It's going to be a chase there, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4.
Again, wide of the off stump. And look at Hodge just giving himself some room, backing away and hitting it square on the offside. Went more backward a point than a squarish point. And because of that, hit it with some power as well. So he's come out to play his shots, especially if Durham is going to push it through outside that line of the off stump. It's going to give him the ability, Hodge, to just open up, get onto the back foot and hit it on that offside. This is much better.
Hodge has come out with a strategy to counter-attack the spin bowling. They're going to target that rough area. I'm going to go after it, take his chances. He's on to 7 off of 7.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Driving there. Graves is there.
Yeah, I thought he's now thinking he might have been a little too deep. Needs to take a couple steps in.
Hodge looking in a very aggressive mode. He would understand that the Windwards need to get that run if they want to challenge that first place position. They can only do it. Another cut shot into the deep. They can only do it with a positive approach. It's been very slow going. The run rate just creeping up to 2.99 runs and over with Hodge coming to the crease. It's a different game when Jeremiah is on strike though. You're going to get that second slip in place now for Durham. He's going to try and work that ball into that rough area outside the left-hander's off stump.
This runs that's too wide of the off stump.
With that second slip coming into play, created a gap behind point. And Durham was wide enough outside the off stump for Jeremiah to get a couple runs, add to his total.
So 160 now for 3. But that wasn't a good ball because you've put in the second slip, and I could understand you trying to bowl in the off stump, but it was too wide of the off stump. So it allowed Jeremiah just to open the face of the bat and guide it past point. So 2 more runs.
There we can see the assistant coach there sitting out in the stands, upset with that delivery, indicating Durham should be targeting that rough area. He's given a gift there to relieve some of the pressure.
So it's going to be O'Shane Thomas again. Still no Hayden Walsh Jr. Surprised?
Well, I'm just wondering if the strategy is to bowl your medium pace and your pace bowler from the southern end and use this northern end here to bowl your spin from. But I see no reason why you can't have them bowling in tandem, trying to exploit any variable bounce you're going to get off the pitch early on, because you don't want a partnership building.
That's another good delivery. I tell you what, O'Shane Thomas has been so unlucky. That's another very, very good delivery. Let's have a look at it. Hodge just stood there as that ball pitched, made a little bit of height, and could so easily have taken the edge because he was fending at it.
Maybe Carty can't get that ball out of the hands of O'Shane Thomas this morning, even if he wanted to.
Yeah, he was just fending at that delivery. Some of your colleagues, Billy, would say fishing. But fishing, fending, pushing, you could say anything. The important thing is he's lucky he didn't get the edge. This time he's allowing it to go too far outside the line of the off stump. Hamilton applauds Thomas. I tell you, he's bowled a good line. This one was just a little too wide of the off stump. But give him credit. He's bowled. It's one of the better spells I've seen O'Shane Thomas bowl for a long while.
You certainly can't argue with the fact that his captain has called him back into the attack. It's 2 quick overs from Colin Archibald and ball back in the hands of O'Shane Thomas. He's been very consistent in his approach this morning. Yesterday as well with the ball. He's beating the outside edge a couple times. Showed some aggression with some short pitch bowling. Hasn't gotten a wicket yet. Certainly loved one here, last ball of the over. Which a false start there. We see that it's not just an issue for the batsman, that approach there. O'Shane Thomas just pulling out when he landed in his delivery action. Look at it here again. Oh yes, we could see some loose dirt just coming up there as he looked to push off for his jump into his delivery action. Some areas there we had some rain yesterday. Not sure if that area is just a tad bit soft.
I doubt it. I think it's more the loose dirt that is coming out. They may need to do some repair work on that area. Hard driving, full length delivery.
Thomas, a big man there. You want to have sure footing on his approach.
Well, he's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander, so should be better for him.
Yesterday he made a stop at backward point, was it? Fell into the ground. Not sure if the ground staff had to look at that area as well.
He's a big man. He's a big man. I think Ruskin Mark said they need to check that ground where he landed.
Not sure if there was any impression it left. He did take a high catch as well in the first inning of Shane Thomas, so he's on his game here, ready to go for his country, Leeward Islands. Good delivery outside the off stump, asking the batsman to have a go if he'd like. Short rising delivery. Just drifting away from the left-hander.
Got to be careful how you say for his country, Billy. He is Jamaican, but his franchise team is the Leeward Hurricanes. But O'Shane Thomas first made his mark, and the first I've heard of O'Shane Thomas is when he came through the Jamaican team. Hasn't played for the Jamaica team for a while. He's plied his trade with the other franchise teams. But he was, when he first burst on the scene, there was so much talk of O'Shane Thomas because of his pace. Everybody thought that this was the next up-and-coming great West Indies fast bowler, but he never really pursued his promise, or fulfilled, that's the better word. Never fulfilled the sort of early promise he had. And he's worked hard at his game, no doubt. He's worked hard at his game, he's worked hard at his fitness. And this game he's been pretty good in terms of his. This is just a little too wide now of the off stump, and Jeremiah allows it to go through. So the end of the over, 161 for 3. So it's. Is it going to be Graves?
I'll just take my leave here, Colin.
Are you
Two
off?
birds on the fence again will be on commentary.
2 birds?
Ruskin Mark joins you again.
No, well. Do you have to leave, Billy? I suppose you have to take a breather. Careful, don't fall over now. Careful, if you fall and next thing you fall in Ruskin Mark's lap. That would be a disaster for you. Yeah, you have to be careful. Yes, he's seated. Are you okay, Ruskin Mark? Are you okay? Are you well seated? You have to be careful, huh? Yep. You've got to be careful.
You have to be careful.
Yep. So Durham is going to continue, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Hodge. He's on 9. Jeremiah is on 41, just 9 runs away from a half century. As the forward short leg still in place, and Graves is at that short extra cover in a catching position as he turns that ball through the hands of Louis. He's not really there for that. It's there for more the bat pad and the ball lobbing up. But we've seen players take these catches where the batsman just turns the ball, and we've seen them take catches like that.
So that's exactly, 50 runs added for the morning. It's been slow going, Colin.
It has been. And you have to think that just maybe they're not too bothered about trying to get these runs, or they're taking session by session, which they should.
Mm-hmm.
Don't misunderstand me. I think they may have said to themselves, listen, let's just get through the first session, lose as little wickets as we can, and then in the last 2 sessions, let's have a go. Because there were 254 runs still needed.
Yep.
So if Ruskin, if they can get maybe, let's for want of easy calculation, get 24, it means that they have 230 to get in the last 2 sessions. That's a lot. That's a lot of batting.
And somebody's going to have to play a blinder.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to hurry here, but again, good running.
Yeah, well, it's hit to his right as well, and Archibald is left-handed.
Yep.
So, you know, that was easy pickings for him.
Colin, not good scores in the football for you.
I know.
Brentford.
Brentford leading 4-0,
4-0.
and Luton leading 4-1.
Yep, so those are good results.
Sorry,
for
not
them, though.
Luton.
Burnley.
Brentford leading
Burnley,
4-0 against Luton, and Burnley beating Sheffield United 4-1. That's not good results for the 2 bottom teams. It seems that Luton may very well get demoted along with Sheffield United. And I thought both teams at home would have done better.
Certainly 164 for 3 at the end of that over. Yeah, it's been a kind of topsy-turvy. It just tells you how hard it is, Colin, to win in the Premiership. People think it's easy. You know, teams that get promoted and, you know, they feel okay. They will try to survive. Surviving in the Premiership sometimes is a lot more difficult than it seems. And sometimes, you know, a lot of teams that get promoted, they kind of run through the championships and they say, well, you know, they have what it takes to play with the big boys. And then they get up and they realize, boy, this is not easy. Game by game, it's like, it's a task just to survive one game at a time. And before you blink, half the season is over and you're in the bottom half of the table, and you can't seem to find a way out. But here's Graves, as he's looking for a breakthrough here, maybe trying to cap off a good session for them. It has been a good session for the Leeward Islands. They haven't allowed the Windward Islands to get away at all. It's been a real struggle for them in terms of run scoring. They've lost 2 wickets, but they haven't really put the foot on the gas at all. It's been slow going, a slow burn, as they say. That's a good delivery.
A lovely delivery.
That one came back sharp. Hit him high up, and it just kept going. Not much by way of a chance there for Hodge.
It seemed to hit him on the top of the pad, did it?
Yep, it brushed the tie pad. Plus, it might have struck him outside the off stump as well.
Yeah. That's a good delivery. Really good delivery.
It caved back at him. We've seen a couple of those this morning. We saw one came from Jeremiah Louis, and another one came from O'Shane Thomas. But Thomas's came the other direction. He was bowling around the wicket, and it jacked back at the left-hander. This one was to the right-hander. And again, now Hodge is the kind of player that, you know, he just need a couple overs to get going, you know, and he could really change the tempo quite quickly. And I think that's probably what the Leewards are wary of, hence some of the defensive field. So there's the analysis, 164 for 3 now, 55 overs completed. And of those 55, you take off 35 from last evening. So really 20 overs completed today so far, 20 of the 90, inclusive of the 15 in the final hour. There's another good delivery right up to him, and certainly making life very difficult for them. So nice cool conditions. Colin, I think you'll be happy to know that the weather forecast, well, it didn't say specifically that we would have rain like in North Trinidad or South Trinidad. It just said the potential for rain. You know, we didn't say exactly where.
Yeah.
You know, so far so good. Although it has to be said, the brilliant sunshine that we started in has kind of left us for a while now.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's overcast, but it's just cool conditions.
Yep.
Nice breeze blowing as well across the ground.
Just as you like it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Cool,
cool,
comfortable. And we've had a couple spectators come in. And of course, the top brass West Indies cricket board officials, the president, has another good delivery. And he has Jeremiah, who looked so fluent yesterday, all of a sudden today can't seem to really find the middle of the bat, with regularity. He survives. It's 165 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he's been a little fortunate. A lot of balls beating the bat and some coming back at him, getting the inside edge and not going on to hit the stumps. He's been lucky. He's rode his luck well. So give him credit. He's never got flustered and sort of thinking that it's going to be tough going for him.
Looking at Archibald is heading off
the field.
Yep.
Yeah, well. So Durham is going to continue. No sign of Hayden Walsh Jr., Ruskin.
A little bit surprising. Well, maybe I suppose they have a plan, and they are sticking to whatever that plan is, And then they'll assess at lunchtime and say, okay, maybe now we could go with the 2 spinners in tandem.
Full toss.
That's put away nicely. That was a gift, and he took full advantage of it. And I said, he could very well be the key to all of this. If Hodge spends any length of time, because he scores so quickly.
Yeah. But that was a real gift. With probably one of the very few bad deliveries Daniel Durham has bowled. You can probably count them on one hand.
He was probably trying to go up in the block hole there.
Yes. Hodge is a busy little player, isn't he? He's always...
He has a good technique too. He has an excellent technique, and he's always looking to score, which is what I like about him. Durham, though, keeping him quiet at the moment, forcing him on the back foot. He's not over-committing on the front foot. If anything, he's playing a lot of deliveries off the back foot.
Well, he's it straight in the hands of Graves. Well, they were working for that. He drove one a little earlier that was short of Graves. This time he banged it. He hit it hard, low, and that's a very good catch from Justin Graves. He kept his eye on the ball, but it's the end of Hodge. He goes for 16.
169 for 4 now.
And Durham has all 4.
And this is a big, big blow for the Windward Islands, because you want to believe if Atenes didn't give you much, Hodge was the next man.
Yeah.
That you really was expecting something big from. And I'm seeing that from a Windward Islands point of view.
I think Ruskin, you could almost count them out of winning this game now.
Yeah.
Yes, Ambrose is coming, but they're just running out of, in my mind, they're running out of the stroke makers, and when you run out of stroke play makers, then you put yourselves in and then you've lost 4 wickets.
Yep, you're relying on other people to do it for you.
But not only that, you've lost 4 wickets now, and for you to get to 247 runs for victory, you've got to take some chances. You've got to play some shots. And you give the bowlers a chance. And when there's not much behind you, it's a problem.
And then you're asking the quote-unquote the lesser batsmen to do the heavy lifting, which is, you're asking them to do what your front-line batsmen fail to do. That is always a challenge.
Ambrose has come in, and he is got a duck in the first innings. So Durham, all 4 so far.
He had 6 for 34.
6 for 34 in the first innings.
And right now he has 4 for 39
and
in the second. 10 in the match already.
Ruskin, the thing is, where do you rate Durham now? Where is he ranked in West Indies cricket as a left-arm orthodox spinner? There's so many of them that it's a dime a dozen.
You can't put him ahead of
Who do you put him ahead of? Muti?
You can put him in Muti.
Do you put him ahead of Akil Hussein?
You know, and he had 19, so he has 29 wickets now.
29 wickets. It's been really excellent, and this guy's,
And he isn't finished yet. He could add to that. He could probably get up to 30 or maybe or more.
Who knows?
Yep.
Where he can end up.
Because if you think about this, Brian Charles got 13 in his innings, and he too has, I think he's gotten his tally up as well. That's well played. And Ambrose is off the mark.
Thing with Ambrose is going to play his shots. Whether it's 169 for, 170 for 4 or 170 for 1, Ambrose bats one way. So Guyana at the moment, 103.8. Windward's 95.2. Barbados 90. The Leeward's 90.8. So if they were to go on to win this game, the Leewards, I think they might be just short in terms of bonus points, unless they get the fast bowlers. And maybe that's the reason they're bowling the quick bowlers.
No,
they're trying to get a couple.
But it's only in the first innings that you get the, you get
that's
the
correct.
benefit.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So it makes no difference.
So it makes
you
no
can bowl your spinners all
Yeah,
day.
you're quite right.
Yeah,
so I think they're going to fall a point, maybe 1 point short if Leewards were to win the game. Well, it means that the Ghanis could coming into this game, we're in 4th position, and can walk away with the title yet again.
Yep. And when you consider the start that they had, a rained out game, and they had a draw in between there as well. So it's but you have to give the Leewards credit as well. The Windwards, though, would look at this and wonder what might have been, because they were leaders earlier, then they lost a couple games. They were rebounded, and they came into this game, full of hope, and and they just let it slip through their grasp. But you think back to that catch that passed through the slip when Louis was on 18 or thereabouts, and it's like they never got a sniff after that.
Yeah. When you think they had the Leewards at 18 for 3 on the first hour.
That would have been the 4th wicket.
Yeah.
That would have been the 4th wicket, and and they had they taken that catch, had they had somebody there to even attempt a catch, it could have been a different story right now.
And they didn't bat very well in the first innings either. They were 74 for 1 at one stage, and then all of a sudden they went to 94 for 5, 101 for 6.
Yep.
They lost what? They lost 5 wickets for 27 runs, and it all fell apart.
I suppose that's what the analysis is about. They will look at it and try to figure out where we went, what we did well, what we didn't do well, where we went wrong in certain games or in certain situations. And, they always say that's what they, when you look at a team like, say, like Australia, for example, is how they play those difficult situations, and they somehow always seem to find a way to, to get out of it. Somebody, as they say, always puts his hands up, whether with the ball or with the bat, and kind of pulls them through.
Yeah, but the Leewards had a terrible game against the Barbados Pride.
Yep. And they lost that big.
Yeah, when Barbados got to 542, and they were never in the game after that. 300s
in that innings.
Yep.
189, 127, and 101. They tried, even though Carty got 100, they didn't get much else. And this is such disciplined bowling here. It's been consistent, and they really made life difficult for the Windward Islands Volcanoes to get any kind of momentum in their innings. And as a result, this is the state of play right now. 171 for 4. There's still 245 runs adrift. They probably would have liked to have been much closer, maybe another 40 runs further along at this point. And that will help, but it's just a single to them. So it's been that kind of a one. Even the good shots are not getting them the kind of reward that they would like. 172 for 4 at the end of the over. So we're about 10 minutes away from lunch. And there's still, there's no change in their attitude to batting. They're just chugging along. Jeremiah's on 43. It's been a good innings, but it's been, is it the innings that is needed, at this point in time?
Yeah.
But he's kept his end, if you know what I mean, while the others try to bat around him, but it seemed like nobody wants to stay. But he certainly put his head down and is holding his end of the bargain. He just needs somebody to do something special at the other end. Where is a Jim Allen when you need somebody like that to just come and blaze the ball all over the place,
Yeah.
And
Well, Jeremiah Louis is into the attack.
again,
So he's replacing
yep.
Durham. And still,
it just
no
seems like
Hayden
I'm
Walsh.
not sure. It just seems like it's a deliberate ploy that they're adopting, because it could be a little bit of a head scratcher sometimes, because you have a spinner. Take for example, earlier when O'Shane Thomas was firing at that end, he's happy in the middle of the best spell of the season, and he was just taken off after a couple overs, and. Louis was brought on, and now you're looking at Durham for the second time. He's bowling well, taking wickets, but yet still he's replaced.
Well, Jeremiah Louis is back in the attack, and he's had, 11 overs, none for 30, and he's wrung the wicket to the left-hander.
172 for 4.
Jeremiah has struggled, Ruskin, but give him credit. He's not
there.
giving us the wicket
Yeah,
away.
he's there, he's
He's
there.
plugged on, and he's beaten, getting the inside edge, but he's stayed there. He's occupied the crease.
It's a gritty innings, a typical Shivnarine Chanda Paul innings. You have to out him. That one left the bat a little bit uppishly, but
even with that, you're looking at him. He didn't seem confident playing that ball off the legs, and it was uppish, but well away from Andrew there at that mid wicket.
current run rate is at 3 and over. They would probably need to get that up significantly. We're in the last 10 minutes or so before the luncheon interval.
I think you made mention if the Windwards were to get the required runs, somebody would have to play a real blinder.
Somebody would have to come and just belt it all over the place.
I mean, Ambrose is capable of that, but I think you need both batsmen going at a rate. If they were to win from here, the Windwards, it would be a tremendous achievement.
Yeah.
I can't see them doing it from here.
Yeah, they'll have to break it down in a kind of runs per over scenario.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean. This is
they
where we
got
want to go.
so many overs left in the day and that kind of thing.
Let's see if we could get maybe for the first hour after lunch. Let's see if we can get X amount per over. But right now he's it's like a big door that he's bowling to. Jeremiah is just blocking everything there off the middle of the bat and just keeping it in front of him. This should do his confidence a world of good though, because he's batted a long period, 133 balls. While it hasn't been, a blazing innings, he's been. That one kept very low, but he played it so well. He got 4 runs for it. And there's no way Colin that ball should be going there.
Yeah,
that ball kept low. He was going across the line.
But give him credit. He was able to keep it down and keep it away from the short mid-wicket.
Yeah. But he played it so well. I mean, it went off the bat.
Let's have a look. It was low, and he turned it, literally turned it backward of square. Really a good shot. Timed it well.
That takes him up to 47 now. So he is.
He would be eyeing his 50 before lunch, wouldn't he?
Yep. And when I first saw this shot, I said, but that's a dangerous shot because he's going across the line of the ball. He played
Timed
it
it
so well, yeah. And another one aimed at his pads. It's the end of the over. 176 for 4 at the end of it. Jeremiah 47. Ambrose is 2. And Louis just completed his 12th over. North for 34. Graves is North for 27 from his 7. He's bowled much better than that. Sometimes the figures really doesn't tell the story. And this is a case in point. You look at the conditions here. A lot of cloud about. So nice cool conditions here at the Oval. But nothing by way of rain, and we hope it stays that way. Flags trying to flutter at the southern end there, the ground. But not much by way of wind. So it's very still, but I suppose the players wouldn't mind it too much. It's cool. And taking a long while to get this over started. The players now get into position. And another easy single for Ambrose. So he's been slow off the mark, if you know what I mean. Hasn't been a blazing start by him. I think we probably have to play for after lunch. Maybe that's when he could really get into his own and do something special for the Windward Islands. Boy, they need it. The Gene Pierre complex in the distance, where the Trinidad netballers made the country so proud. Joint world champions. And we also have the New Zealand netball tournament is taking place as well, and the Australian netball, which is calling this in netball is a non-contact sport. When I watched the Australian tournament, I say, wait.
I tell you something, Ruskin. One of the funniest things I've ever done. When I was working at Carib, we sponsored, it was Carib Senators, and then it went to Malta Carib Senators. And Tim Nafziger at the time was managing director, and he challenged Senators to a game of netball. And there was me. I didn't want to play, but I was forced.
What did you go shoot?
Play. I can't even remember what position I was. But these girls, they were just taking you on passing, and you just stood up, and your head was going from one to the next, and then all of a sudden they reached in front of the goal, and boom, goal. I can't remember. I know we lost. Yeah. I can't remember how badly we lost.
I think Castaneda played for Senators, did she?
I can't remember the thing.
Sharon Castaneda.
I tell you, Ruskin, it was amazing because we all thought, netball,
easy.
Just catch a ball and throw it around. Boy, I tell you, they just ran rings around us.
There's another.
And then, of course, Tim Nafziger was getting most upset because he thought we should have won. He thought, hey, there's a bunch of girls playing netball.
Didn't losing. That was out of the equation.
He was getting
for
upset.
him.
He was just quarreling with everybody on the team. And we just couldn't do anything about it. Never forgot that. There was, I think Bailey, what's not Janet Bailey, her daughter. But, I wish I could remember some of those players.
It's a big pull shot. That's 4 runs.
Too short.
Yep. And O'Shane Thomas was off the field. I don't know if he was getting a drink or something. By the time he came back on, the ball was speeding.
But he had no chance, though. It was too short and well hit by Ambrose. He hit it really fine and really good. Good shot.
Yeah, Graves was anxious to run in, and Ambrose kind of held him up. So he obviously felt he'd just slip in the short ball.
Yeah, but you can't slip in a short ball that's that short and that's wide and that wide
on the
leg stump. Yep. That's better.
Oh, badly missed there from Carty. It should come back for a second run as well, just to add insult to injury there, because he seemed to have it covered. And then it just went through, and then he didn't have it. 184 for 4 now.
Could be the last over for.
I think that's what Ambrose is trying to do, but
Yeah, just one delivery left.
But Graves was anxious to get through the over, and Ambrose just kind of held him up he's trying to ensure that it is the last over. And look at Graves. Graves is already in his way. And well played in the end.
I think this could very well be it. Let's see umpire Brathwaite.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's
he
called.
takes the bails off, and that's it. So you have to say a good session for the Leewards because they picked up the wickets of Pascal, Athenaeus, and Hodge. 2 important wickets there of Athenaeus and Hodge. And you have to think that all things equal, they can go on to win this game. But look at that. 4 for 40 from 18 overs. Daniel Durham. He's been the star of the show. 6 wickets in the first innings, 4 in the second innings, and he's really dominated the bowling. We haven't seen Hayden Walsh Jr., which is a little bit of a surprise because 60 overs have been bowled. Whether they're going to come back out after lunch and see maybe Walsh turning his hand over with Durham, I think they have to be the match winners for the Leeward Islands. Can the Windward Volcanoes get the runs? It's very unlikely. 416 means they are 232 runs away. So even if you half it, 116 per session, that's possible. That's gettable.
But it's a
when
big ask.
Yeah, it's a big ask, and when you've lost 4 wickets, it's even tougher. So I can't see them really going on to win this game. But stranger things have happened in the game of cricket.
Well, it certainly is. But that is the situation here at lunch. 232 more needed by the Windward Islands as they go to lunch at 184 for 4. Jeremiah is not out 48, and Ambrose is on 8. We have play after lunch for you in about another 40 minutes or so. We hope you join us then. good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, where the lunch break, which should be ending at around this time, might be extended a little bit. That's because there's been a slight drizzle. As you can see, the covers are on. On the field at the moment, the pitch is completely covered, and certainly it is a little bit of a delay. It's not heavy rain by any stretch of the imagination, but it could be persistent rain, and it may mean that the lunch break will be extended just that little bit here. So the situation hasn't changed much in terms of when we left you last time. It was 184 for 4. They still need a further 232 runs to get there. 2 sessions in order to get those runs. It is a tall ask. They only have 6 wickets in hand, but that is the picture here. And as soon as we're able to get any word as to what the progress is, I suppose the umpires will also wait to see how the weather shapes up in terms of if it's going to fall, because I don't think they want to take off the covers and then next thing you know there's a serious downpour. So they'll probably be watching the weather for a little bit just to see what kind of progress is made maybe over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So stay close, and as soon as we have some news for you or any play, we will definitely come back and get you the ball-by-ball coverage. This, of course, is the final day of this season, the West Indies Championship season. It has been an amazing one, and it would be so unfortunate if the weather intervenes at this time. There's still some, just say, some matters to finalize, but we just have to wait and see how the weather shapes up and whether it will cooperate and allow this match to be concluded sometime this afternoon. So until such time, we just want to remind you that the rain has delayed the restart of play here at the Queen's Park Oval, and with the Windward Islands needing 416 for a winner, 184 for 4, still needing a further 232 runs. And but will they get there? Only time will tell. And as soon as we have some word as to what the situation is going forward, we'll certainly be back to bring you some more coverage. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Unfortunately, the news isn't very good. At the moment, the players are just, like me, just watching the rain. As you could see, still drizzling. And the tarpaulins are on, the covers are on the ground and getting a good soak in there right now. And it's going to take a little bit of mopping up before we could actually get any play started here this afternoon. It's still 184 for 4, but more importantly, that was the lunchtime score, and we haven't had a ball bowled since that time. We were close to getting a resumption, but just as it became just about 12:40, the rains came, and this has been the situation here. The players on both teams have just been sitting and chatting, and because they can't do much else. A little bit of frustration for them, especially the Leeward Islands, but they understand the scenario. Not much they could do about it, so they just have to wait, hope that the conditions improve, and that sooner or later they'll be able to resume this battle here. Remember, the target is 416, so they still need a further 232 runs, as they're stuck right now on 184 for 4 at the moment. The officials themselves are indoors. Not much anybody could do at the moment. Even the ground staff is taking cover right now because it's still drizzling, and they can't do their work until the rain actually stops here. So this is the final day of the championships, but unfortunately, just like the championship started with that rained out game in St. Kitts, I think it was, Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, it just seems as if the Leewards and Windwards, where so much was on the line coming into this game and so much to play for, unfortunately the weather has intervened, and we are basically just on a holding pattern. You could look at the conditions as heavy clouds, grey clouds around Port of Spain and Woodbrook, St. James area, and the Queen's Park Oval, of course, is smack dab in the middle of that, and so we haven't been spared on this occasion. So that is the situation here. Rain, no play. How often have you heard that where cricket is concerned? Sunil Ambris is 9. Johan Jeremiah has played well, patient innings from him for his 48, and it's 184 for 4. Again, they resumed this morning with Pascal on 14, and of course Jeremiah on 2. They've basically pushed on, but unfortunately not much else after that. Actually, Pascal was 60. He only added 3 to his overnight score before he was caught. He bowled Durham 130 for 2 at that stage. Alec Athanas came, but he too couldn't get going until he was caught. A brilliant catch by Hamilton from Durham, hitting the outside edge and taking the catch. And then the last wicket to go, Kevin Hodge, caught by Graves off the bowling of Durham. A good catch, and 169 for 4 at that stage. It's 184 for 4. That was the lunchtime score, but that is the latest situation here. No play since lunch, and like I said, we're just waiting and hoping that we'll have a break in the weather and that we'll be able to get a resumption of play. What it does, though, it kind of minimizes the prospect of a result certainly by way for the Windward Islands. The Leewards may still have a chance. They need 6 wickets. I'm sure they'll be chomping at the bit to get out there and see if they could complete a victory. But only time will tell, and it really depends on Mother Nature. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. A rain delay, no play since lunch, and the Windward Islands 184 for 4. Very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back to the Queen's Park Oval as we get ready for play after tea, essentially. So remember, we would have lost the entire middle session of today because remember when we were last with you, we were going to lunch at 184 for 4 with Jeremiah on 48 and Ambrose on 8 with the Windward Islands needing a further 232 runs in 2 sessions. Unfortunately, the rains came during the luncheon interval and we lost the entire middle session of today's play. The good news is that play is about to resume. Tea has already been taken and we will be starting at about 3 o'clock in a couple of minutes from now. And of course, play would be extended until 6 this evening if necessary. So again, the equation, the Volcanoes need a further 232 runs. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they need 6 wickets. Who will blink first is left to be seen, and it looks as if O'Shane Thomas, who bowled very well earlier today, but he bowled from the southern end, is going to take up the attack from the northern end for the Leeward Islands. So they need 6 wickets, and it will be interesting to see how Casey Carty approaches this, if he's going to go into all-out attack or if he's still going to be kind of defending and yet trying to attack. And so it's going to be very interesting. As I say, good afternoon once again to Mr. Furlong, and no doubt I would really have liked to have seen 2 slips immediately starting, but just the 1 slip with the fast bowler, probably the quickest bowler in the frame, running in, and you need 6 wickets. So we see how they go. And that's a full toss that really should have been put away. Unfortunately, Jeremiah couldn't.
Good afternoon to all our viewers. We're back online, bringing you live coverage here. What would be after the tea session. Very murky conditions, still lingering a bit. Very cloudy out there. But the dark clouds have gone. The rain has subsided. And we're in for a session here. It'll be a prolonged session. Not quite sure how many overs we'll actually get in. Play is possible until 6 o'clock, light permitting.
O'Shane Thomas dropping on a good length there, and that is what I think they'll expect of him, so he could attack the stumps, bowling from around the wicket into the left-hander, trying to angle the ball into middle and leg stump possibly. And Thomas is not for 26, but his figures really doesn't tell the story because he bowled brilliantly this morning without any luck at all.
He was very aggressive to Pascal and Athens this morning. 2 left-handers bowl exceptionally well, holding a line on or about the off stump, getting the ball to go both ways.
And that's when he's striking him on the pad. Not out, says the umpire again. Probably just angling down leg. And that is one of the problems with bowling around the wicket. Because from the angle, the umpires always feel that the ball will be angling away. By the time it gets to the stump, it will be missing the leg stump.
The right-hander around the wicket there. If you pause it at the point of delivery, his right arm is just about on the side crease, and if you look at the trajectory of it striking, if you see middle stump clearly visible from the batsman, probably heading down the leg side. It's a good guide.
That's another good delivery. A little bit of inward movement there in the air, a little bit of curl.
Yeah, he's been getting that type of movement into the left-hander. This time a better line. But Jeremiah up to the task. He's on 48 from 141 deliveries.
That's the thing here. What will be the approach of the Volcanoes? Do they just bat out, or do they at least make an attempt? Do they kind of the loss of that session put them in a dicey situation?
Yeah, either way, we'll be looking at just about 6 runs. Leader miss outside of your stump, short and wide. Attempted cut shot there by Jeremiah. If we look at 30 plus overs remaining in the day's play, possibly 45 overs in the day's play. Not quite sure what the calculation is for how many overs.
Yeah.
50 overs, I'm being told by my producer. 50 overs left in the day's play would put that run rate required over 4 runs and over, close to 5 runs and over. Probably improbable, Ruskin, to go at that rate, particularly on the day 4 pitch.
Well, more so when you've lost your 4 top batsmen. So you're really asking the middle and lower order to carry the load here. What your top order failed to do.
In terms of the point situation, if that is the approach, Windward Islands would not be challenging for that first place. That one burst through the hands of the wicketkeeper Hamilton.
There's another delivery pitch right up in the block hole. It seemed to hit something and then just climbed past Hamilton. It passed under the bat, missed the off thumb, not by much, and then it just took off.
Yeah, there is a lot of rough there on that popping crease, where Shane Thomas himself would have made significant impressions when he bowled from that end. The ball just landing in that rough on the popping crease and skidding through, deviating. Hamilton not quite able to haul it in. It burst through those 2 gloves he had up. The end of the over, 188 for 4. A change in strategy by the Windward Islands in terms of the table. They won't, if they decide to go for that draw, they're not going to be able to get ahead of Guyana in terms of points. So it'll be an interesting approach here from Sunil Ambrose. He can be an aggressive batsman, can score at a high rate as well.
So there's the challenge for him now. What does he do? Does he just sit there and bat, or does he try to score runs, or just basically take what the bowler gives him and just bat out without any real conviction towards trying to get to the score?
Awkward looking shot there from Ambrose as
no foot movement.
Jeremiah Lewis coming in from that southern end after the tea interval, after the rain delay. Very awkward looking shot there. Reaching across to that ball wide outside the off stump. Just losing his shape somewhat and coming off the inner portion, just tugging it a little bit. Was really looking to punch it through the covers. Ended up at mid-wicket.
That's better from him, getting the middle of the bat, but again, can't score. And that has been the story of their play today. They really haven't been able to get on top of the bowling at any time so far today.
We've been speaking about the Windward Islands progressing on the points table. Leeward Islands started the day at 5th place on the table with 84.6 points. They can still get a result here for them. They bowl the Windward Islands out. Might just take them to 4th position in the table. So there is a lot left in the game for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, they should be very keen on coming out here. In fact, they look keen because the umpires were coming out. Some of them almost beat the umpires to the wicket because so quickly, so much enthused they were to get out here and get playing again. And they just need to keep that intensity up. That's well played. And that might go for 4 runs. In fact, it will. It was played almost equidistant between the mid-off and the mid-on. And straight back past the bowler for 4 runs.
Yeah, Lewis did seem to get a hand on it, but it was so powerful, just probably a fingertips, but it was so powerfully struck. Couldn't prevent it. couldn't stop it, and neither could the mid-on coming around. Seems to be Justin Graves there trying to knock that one down. Wasn't quite able to do it. Outstretched dive.
This is going to take a quick single here, and they get it too, because Archibald is the man trying to come up there out from mid-on. And first he went diving, he missed it here, and this time coming to his right a little bit, got it into both hands, but failed to collect it. And the batsmen were able to complete 2. 193 now for 4.
Archibald was the man diving across the previous delivery to his stronger side, his left hand. Justin Graves at that backward point area.
And that's going to run down the hill as well. 4 more. So without any sort of anxiety, they were able to pick up quite a few, 9 runs in this over, without taking any risk at all. So Ambrose continues along.
Sunil Ambrose, as I said, he can score quickly. 2 boundaries coming in that over. That last one just pushed past Kieran Powell at first slip.
This missed me because he didn't have Jeremiah on 52. The ball that skied over the wicketkeeper's head, did that actually go down as 4 runs? Because I thought it was byes, but apparently he got a touch on it, and it went for 4 runs. So he has his half century.
He could account for that deviation, so it went through the hands of Hamilton.
But I don't know if the bat caused that. I think the ball hit that little rough by the stumps there and just skied over his head.
Do we count that as a chance?
No, it wouldn't be a chance because it passed the bat on the full.
Would have gone into the ground.
Yeah, into the ground and then over his head. But apparently it went for 4 runs, so Jeremiah would have gotten his half century there. Yeah, Ambrose getting boundary there, not over. Just wondering what the mindset is from Sunil Ambrose. What is the thinking in the strategy room? Missed out there because that could easily have gone a little bit wider of the wicketkeeper. You just have to be so careful with your lines, especially bowling around the wicket.
Jeremiah having a good first innings as well. 41 runs for him. He played on a delivery from Durham onto his stump off the glove in that first innings. Unfortunate dismissal. Knocking up a 50 here in the second innings. Cut away. Lewis is there. Mikael Lewis. Backward point position. Interesting, they decided to switch the ends for O'Shane Thomas. He's bowled pretty well from that southern end. The first time he's at the northern end, the Jerry Gomez media end in this match.
Because they were trying to figure out the tactics that the Leeward Islands are employing here. I suppose they want to attack, but they also want to defend as well. And still can't get a run. So it's just, I saw the umpire looking up to the skies. I'm not quite sure what exactly he was looking at, but hopefully Mr. Brathwaite doesn't have the need to call on the ground staff again. You have to give kudos to the ground staff for an amazing job of getting the covers off with very little damage to proceedings here in terms of the field. Just one little patch that needed some sand, just off the square, but other than that, they did an amazing job. That's well played, well bowled, I should say, and just coming off the inside edge again. And, another single, but no real flurry here in terms of runs, as they've been just there pushing and probing. 199 for 4 now, as the field changes over for the right-handed Ambrose. Now here they have Jeremiah now on 49. So this is what I'm saying. I am almost certain he signaled buys. So
Just one away from 100, at least we know that is correct. 4 for 199. It's just 20 minutes the ground staff took to get those covers off with that amount of rain. We had heavy rains, heavy rainfall for a few minutes, but it's been light drizzle as well. We had a couple lightning as well, thunder. The forecast was for some thunder showers, but that has all gone now, and plays back on. Down the
he
left
is
side.
touching that one. That will go away for 4 runs. Or 4 buys again. I thought he got a little niggle on it.
Yeah, that one missing the bat. It was angled down the leg side, and we kept going too far away
Oh yeah, he's
for
away from it.
Hamilton. Yeah.
Yep.
Valiant effort there
4
from
buys.
Hamilton. He's been very energetic in this innings as well as the first innings behind the stumps, particularly with his appealing.
So the 200 is on the board now. It's 203 for 4. And since the resumption, this, for all intents and purposes, this has been a real flurry of runs based on how pedestrian they were earlier this morning. But since we resumed at 184, we've now gone past 203 in a couple overs.
Scoring in quick time after the break. They would require 50 overs are to be bowled. At that point of the break required 231 runs. So that would have been...
It's a no ball. Well. And that looked like it was plumb in front. But unfortunately, all of it goes to noughts because of the no ball. And this is probably the 5th no ball he has bowled for the day. He bowled 3 in quick succession at the bottom end. He bowled 1 when he resumed up here at the top end. And now he's bowling another one down at that bottom end again.
And you could see the disappointment from Hamilton and Kieran Paul as well, throwing his cap in frustration into the turf. Hamilton as well, very dejected with that no ball. They were all ready to go, jumping up and down as Hamilton does, leaping in the air, appealing. Quickly short-lived with the outstretched hand of the umpire.
Well, the sun is creeping back out here now, so it's a good sign. An indication that things are much improved here at the Queen's Park Oval.
The outfield would have been a consideration as well if there was any dampness on the outfield. The umpires walked around the boundary edge as well as different parts of the ground where the water has been known to accumulate. Sufficiently dry enough. The sun would now dry any dampness out there.
That's well played. Might get a second one, but I think they decide against it. That's great work from Joel Andrew.
And it would seem that would take him, is it?
Yeah, that will take him to his 50 now. So eventually he got to 50, 151 deliveries. So congratulations to the young man. We give it to him a little bit earlier, but he's now on 50 from 151 balls. So congrats to him. Now it's see if he could stick around and maybe get to triple figures.
But thoroughly deserved there. He worked very hard for that 50. For 151 deliveries. Stuck at it this morning. Biding his time. Got a very low run rate, under 3 runs and over in the first hour of play. Settled himself, played within himself, had a job to do, probably the intention of everybody batting around him if they were to do this chase. So he set himself for the long haul. He's still out there, 50 not out to him. You see him talking to himself. He's motioning him to play straight, keep his mind right. Although getting a 50, he'd want to move on and get a bigger score. Leeward aborting his run this time, probably anticipation of overstepping. Not quite right in his approach. The other game going on in the region, Barbados Pride. 308 runs in their second innings.
That's a well-played shot. That's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, it was short. He was into position quickly. And is it another no ball? And it just seems like it's all going awry here. Look, just the umpire signal no ball. That's the first signal. And then it was promptly dispatched. 210 now for 4.
Very good shot there. Good looking shot there from Ambrose. He's in an attacking mood, it seems. Hodge was in an attacking mood when he was out there in the middle as well. Looked to be very positive. He went for 16. Caught by Graves off of the bowling of Durham to give Durham his 4th wicket in the innings. But Sunil Ambrose here, there's a man now, Andrews, is dropping back to that backward square position on the boundary.
So now they're asking the fine leg to come a little finer, go straighter.
2 men behind square on the onside. Louis again. In short again and wide outside the off stump. Ambrose trying to fetch it. Doesn't make any contact. And just as well, that could have spooned up into the air. Present a chance to that man. At the backward square. Trying to fetch it from wide outside the off stump, Ruskin.
Yeah, not in position to play that shot. He probably would have been better advised to just let that go without even trying to make any kind of contact with it.
Jeremiah just asking, was that the second one for the over?
And that one again outside the off stump. And trying to hit that one probably forward of square. As he was trying to pull it from outside the off stump.
Not getting as high as he wanted. Ambrose threw the shot too early as well. Ball just dying a little bit. Short pitch bowling. Trying to get a top edge or a pull to that man in the deep. That is the strategy Lewis has for this over. To Ambrose. Another short delivery. Dying again to the wicketkeeper Hamilton. Not quite coming through. Keeping a tad bit low. Ambrose pulling a little bit too early there, end of the over. 210 for 4 after 64.
Ambrose, of course, probably just need to keep his eyes on the ball because he keeps swinging and missing. The first one was well played. The second one was, of course, a high bouncing one. And now finally, they're introducing Hayden Walsh Jr. to see if he can't change things around here a little bit. All of a sudden the scoring has picked up, and so immediately we see the captain Casey Carty deciding that he wants to put a stop to that.
Walsh finally on, and I think he's bowling from the right end as well. He got 3 wickets for 21 runs in the first innings. Bowled really well. He was enjoying playing on this surface. There's a lot of rough for him to work with. Both sides of the wicket now.
I still say the bowler that should be bowling is Durham.
Durham, the main wicket taker, Ruskin. Yeah.
From the time you came out after the break, they want to introduce Durham. Not that you can't get a wicket from Hayden Walsh Jr., but Durham really is the man, is the danger man. And that's the man that until they learn to play him, that's the man you're going to throw at them.
Yeah, that one right outside the off stump, angling in. A lot of turn there for Walsh outside the left-hander's off stump. played easily away, comfortably away for a single. The field changes now for the right-hander Ambrose.
A lot of discussion. We see the captain now going up to Hayden Walsh to have a little discussion with him. And they know that Ambrose is quite capable of smashing things around the park. So the field is fairly well spread. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. Long off. Catch it. He's dropped it. Well. He's probing at that one, Ambrose, and succeeded only in spooning it just out of the reach of Hayden Walsh Jr.
We've been singing his praises, how energetic and how good he is in the outfield. This one off his own bowling. Ambrose just pushing at it in the air, back to Walsh, diving away to his left, not able to get, or did he get a hand on it as well?
Yeah, he did get a hand to it. He couldn't hold on to it. And just unfortunate there for him.
In the first innings, Ambrose going immediately after Durham. 3 balls in his third delivery, went after him, skied one to Shane Thomas. Another chance there for Ambrose, living dangerously in the second innings now. Walsh is going to go around the wicket, trying to get into that rough spot there. Would you be interested in a bat pad for this, Ruskin?
Well, he could, but I think they're really, I suppose, it's really about limiting runs right now, which is surprising because you have so many runs. And he's hit it straight into the hand of the man at cover. He didn't have to move. He just simply spooned the catch right to him. And that is the end, a disappointing end, one would have to say, for Jeremiah, as he picked out Graves and just hit it straight to him in the cover. 212 for 4. He goes for 51.
You'd be very disappointed with that one there. Walsh going around the wicket to him. Coming on Walsh in his first over. Getting a wicket off of his third delivery. Yeah, easy catch there. Just popping it up in the air. Very soft dismissal straight into the bread basket of Justin Graves. Gladly accepted that catch. There's a writing on the wall here now for the Windward Islands.
Yep, it's becoming increasingly difficult for them to get to their intended target. And because they were really put in between a rock and a hard place, really, when you think about it. Now, that delivery was well pitched up. Had he gone for the big full-blooded drive, he probably might have done better with it. He just kind of reached for it, tried to probably just push it down to mid-off, and succeeded only in picking up the man at cover, and lost his wicket. But a good innings from him, 51. I'm sure he'll take that, but he'll probably be disappointed in the manner of his dismissal.
If that had gone to either side of Graves, he would have been in the runs. But you always take a chance. You put your life in your own hands if you put that one in the air. Always that possibility of being caught out. Not quite in control of that shot.
Shamar Springer is the new batsman who's come to the wicket here now. He has some work to do, not quite capable, but this is a slightly different scenario here because I'm not quite sure what the approach is.
Springer just standing on that spot there where Hayden Walsh was pitching. It's in front of those bowling marks. Kyron Powell looking at it very inquisitively as well. He's 204 runs away from that target of 415 runs. Ambrose is there, Springer to join him. Springer has had some good knocks this season thus far. Has a 71 in the first game. With a 69 against Guyana. 47 in their last game against the West Indies Academy.
There's another beauty of a delivery. That is a googly coming into the right-hander. And just spooning out. And this is where, because they're so ultra defensive, because they're worried that somebody will come here and and play a big innings, but I think they need to just put pressure on them, force them to play those big shots.
Yeah, we've been speaking about captaincy all along. With 5 wickets down, 204 runs adrift. Walsh just getting a wicket, new man to the crease. He might just want to put a bat pad in there. Walsh is very well capable to bowl that googly delivery that might come off the inner portion of the bat onto pad for a chance at forward short leg perhaps.
So the over comes to an end. That's 212 for 5. Very well bowled by Hayden Walsh Jr. He dropped a catch off his own bowling, but it didn't cost him much, as 2 balls later he finally picked a pepper in that over. So still 204 runs required at this stage. Seems very unlikely that the Windward Islands would get there. I don't know if we ask these two what their thoughts are, but whatever it is, they seem quite happy to be perched there looking on at proceedings. Yep, despite the rain.
It's still very murky out there. See a man coming in under the bat on the offside. Seems to be Michael Louis under the helmet in front of Sunil Ambrose there for the bowling of Durham. Coming on from the southern end this time. Got most of his wickets from the northern end that Walsh is operating from now. Just probably wanting to give the left-hander a chance with that rough and give Durham a opportunity from this end. The right-hander on strike might get that ball to go away. We haven't seen much turn from him. More drift with the arm. Here he is to Ambrose, thrown around the wicket.
That's excellent fielding again from Hayden Walsh Jr. So this is really the period here now where the Leeward Islands are looking to pull the choke here and maybe put the game to bed, because there are 2 principal spinners on now, and this is really the business end here now.
Yeah, in the first innings they both got 9 wickets between them. So 1 wicket to Jeremiah Louis in that first innings. Springer on strike, the right-hander. The field stays the same. Michael Lewis, silly point position. Hayden Walsh behind him in the covers. Here it is played up on a misfield by Walsh there. Just a funny little hop in front of him there. That's where the edge of the covers would have been. Not quite sure. It's an uneven surface there, but you can see he's taking a little hop in front of him there, not being able to gather, and a single, the end result. Sun is out now, Ruskin. Playing hide and seek with us here at the oval. This one pushed out. Louis just jumping over that one that was pushed in his direction. Louis out there on the sweeper boundary, deep cover.
That's a quicker delivery, and that's very well bowled, causing the batsman to have to make a quick adjustment.
There are 4 men out in the deep, so you're quite right. They have a defensive mindset as well, not wanting to concede too many runs and give the Windward Islands a window of opportunity.
That completes the over. 216 for 5, so they're not really scoring. Once the spinners are on, things have gone back to that drip as we saw earlier today. And that's what the spinners can do on this wicket, even though it's not a big turning wicket, because of the lack of pace. That requires a certain level of skill as well to try to get over the ball, to either play it into the gaps or get under it and try to clear the fences. So Springer, I'm sure, would be thinking of the latter, see if he could hit a few big ones and try to throw these bowlers off somewhat. And seeing a lot of hand motion. Again, just teasing him outside the off stump, which is a pretty good line for Hayden Walsh.
Springer tall man getting a long stride out there to that ball turning away from him. There's a gap there every time he pushes into it. Easy single on offer.
This time, Ambrose is on top of it, as opposed to what transpired in the previous over, where he was pushing at the delivery pitched up to him.
You see him changing his guard there, Sullivan Ambrose. Just wondering if he's deciding to bat on that off-stump guard for the leg spinner.
Yeah, just get the impression he's a little impatient right now because he can't get him away. The ball is being given air, but he still can't seem to can't seem to get under him right now. They're thinking of a field changing, maybe an extra man on the offside.
McCarthy trying to initiate a change from long on. The ball played out to him now. He was probably just suggesting to put a man back in that mid-wicket area for Ambrose. Powell just signaling from first slip. Let's just wait and see what happens here with the man in front of the bat. McCarthy all the way down at long on, maneuvering his players around.
So again, they're still not able to find the boundaries. This isn't going to hurt the Leeward Islands. So they'll be more than happy to just allow them to take singles.
McCarthy just signaling there again. That is what he was trying to prevent, that easy single. He takes the man, however, not from in front of the bat, from behind square, puts him into that straight mid-wicket position to try and cut those easy singles off. Just pointing at Powell again there, and Powell agreeing with him, and the change was made.
So that ends the over. 219 for 5 at the end of it. Springer is 4, Ambrose is on 27, and they still have ways to go, as they say, to try to get to the 416 required for a victory. So, but they've come out here, and well, it's been a mixed bag because they started to score fairly quickly, but when they lost that wicket, they're kind of going back into their shell. They still need a further with 197 to win from here. Are they going or are they not going? You know, so
there are 3 singles. They're taking the target down for under 200 runs now. It's getting a little darker here in the oval. The sun has been in and out in spurts.
So now we have a peculiar field. The man at mid-on is short, just in front of the batsman. And Durham probably wants to pitch it up to him and ask him to drive it. Now there's a long on and a long off in position, so he could try to hit him straight. I suppose that is the challenge here now for Springer. Does he take his life into his own hands and go aerial with him? And even if he does, how long can he keep it up? Can he sustain it?
So far, he's not looking to go after Durham. Ambrose on the other end, I think he has different ideas. There's a blanket of cloud cover across the oval right now, getting a little bit more murky. That one turns away from Springer, left alone.
Again, he should have had that with his own bowling there, just failed to gather it as it passed under him. Nevertheless, just a single. Once again, 220 for 5 now. And Springer is up to 5. 27 to Ambrose, but they really need, somebody needs to get a move on here. As if they really want to make an impact. And Ambrose obviously would love to be the one to do that, but Durham not cooperating. 220 for 5 at the end of the over.
The West Indies Academy set a target by Barbados. They are 151 for 3, requiring a further 68 runs to win, 7 wickets intact, nearing the end on day 4 after tea for them as well. Interesting finish in that game.
That would be a big result for the Academy. Themselves and CCC have been hovering around the cellar positions all tournament long. But they've had some good performances in between, some disappointing ones. They either bowl well sometimes and then they don't bat well, or they bat well and then they don't bowl well. It's been that kind of a tournament for them.
Well, it was set 218 to win, so they're well on their way, time and overs permitting. Rashawn Worrell, 53 not out for the West Indies Academy. Kadeem Allen getting to 52 runs before he was dismissed. Teddy Bishop going for 18. Good looking batsman Teddy Bishop. Jordan Johnson as well, just dismissed for 7.
Johnson, of course, is another one of those heavy scorers who likes to get on with things. But Hayden Walsh here doing a good job since coming on. Not allowing Ambrose to free his arms too much. Again, just keeping him in check here. And Ambrose, I'm sure, this is probably playing on his nerves here right now. He's probably eager to get a big one, maybe launch him straight out the ground. Question is, which one does he pick? Almost gave it back to him again. That's almost a replica of the shot he played a couple overs ago, and Hayden Walsh failed to gather it. This time it dropped well short of him, but it was suspiciously like the one before. 2-2-2 for 5.
Very interesting. In the over from Durham, there was Lewis under the helmet, just in that position where that ball was driven there back to Walsh. Perhaps he might think, since Ambrose is punching that ball in the air somewhat, might want to consider putting a man in that position for this over as well. He spotted that little bit of inside there for Ambrose when Durham was bowling.
Quicker delivery that results in another dot ball. 2-2-2 for 5 at the end of the over. There's your scorecard. Salozano made 18, 63 to Pascal, 51 to Jeremiah. The two youngsters coming good there. And in the background you see the threatening clouds all around the oval. There are no doubt ominous signs here. The Leeward Islands really need to get a move on here. They would hate for the rain to intervene again and deny them the chance of an outright victory. Durham starting a new over. He is the key, really. So they really need him to start to fire now. The long on is a little bit straighter because they feel that Ambrose is going to launch one sooner or later. It's not like him to allow bowlers to keep him quiet for any extended period of time.
Just walking down, looking at that spot there where Durham has been pitching that ball, inspecting it closely.
So he just wants to break free. You could see him, he just looks antsy with his stroke play. He just wants to get at the bowler.
Not trusting the bounce there, deciding to leave that one alone. Hindsight, thinking that the bounce was good and he could have played a cut shot at that. Carty at backward point. Man sweeping on the boundary. See Justin Graves just coming back onto the field here, just stepping off for a bit. The 13th man is there with him. Not quite sure there was an issue with him in terms of fitness, but he's back on the field now. All squeezed out the backward point there. Carty is there at the end of the over. 222 for 5. 194 runs adrift. 5 wickets away at the Leeward Islands.
Because I'm really trying I'm a little bit puzzled by the approach here, because is it that they've decided, look, this is beyond us and we're not going to go for it, but we're just not going to roll over and allow the Leeward Islands a victory?
Leeward Islands have other ideas. You see Kyron Powell there in conversation with Casey Carty and Hayden Walsh before the commencement of this over. Some discussion as to what the plan is.
Yeah, I think they're all trying to figure it out here at the Oval. And again, Hayden Walsh Jr. just getting a little bit of turn there, Springer.
And just some evidence of the dampness out there. Lewis just skidding as he came around to pick that one up on his wrong side. Swiveling and just skidding a little bit there in the outfield. Didn't quite pick up cleanly.
And that's well played. He was on top of it and just caressed it down to that deep, wide third man position for 4 runs.
Seen quite a number of cut shots by both teams here. Perfectly positioned. The pass, Joel Andrews, that backward point position and into the boundary for 4, racing across the outfield. Good looking shot there from Ambrose. Well timed, well placed.
Good comeback delivery from Hayden Walsh Jr. He too seems a little perturbed about where his foot is landing. You could see him there just digging away at the turf. And that one again bowls him. It just as happened with Jeremiah in the first innings. Would you believe it? The same sweep shot has proven to be his downfall here as Ambrose goes bowled for 32, and that's wicket number 6. It's 227 now.
Ambrose was looking good there, but that ball again pitching in that rough area down the leg side there to the right hander, but in that area we were focusing on when the left hand was on strike, but pitching in that rough area, spinning back onto the stumps, bowling in behind his back, trying to sweep it away. Not getting contact. Yeah, there you see pitching in that rough area and onto the stumps from the leg spinner, getting appreciable turn there into the rough. Hayden Walsh seemed to be surprised as well that the ball did spin back so much.
Well, actually, I think he helped it onto the stumps, and because even though it spun, it was not going to hit the stump, but because it hit like the under part of his glove, it just kind of fell on the stumps. And certainly a bit disappointing there for him. Look, because even though it's spinning back, it's not even going to reach the stumps, but he just kind of helped it on there. And he's probably the most amazed person right now as he walks back very dejectedly.
Benjamin coming to the crease now. Gian Benjamin. Saw him earlier this morning just taking a knock in the outdoor nets at the Queen's Park Oval, anticipating that he would have to do a job later on for his team. Left-hand batsman, another left-hander out there.
He obviously probably didn't think this was the innings that or the role that he probably would have wanted to play this evening. He probably felt the team probably would have needed him to come and maybe put back the ball here and help them to get over the line. Unfortunately, things have changed since early this morning, and he's facing a real challenge here now. There's a slip, forward short leg, and a leg gully, all close in, plus a straight mid wicket for the left-hander. Walsh with 2 for 31 now. And that one spun a long way. And that 2 is going to run close to the boundary, if not get there for 4 byes. Yes, it does.
Badly line delivery there, pitching just short and going down the leg side. Appreciable turn, yes, beating Hamilton behind the stumps. There's a man there in the leg slip position, going between Graves and Hamilton and into the boundary for 4. Walsh coming on after the tea break and immediately picking up 2 quick wickets, getting Jeremiah and now getting Sunil Lambris. The 2 quick wickets there for Walsh, adding to his wickets of 3 in the first innings.
231 for 6 now with that boundary.
Leeward Islands flying high now with 6 wickets down.
185 runs needed now, which is a bridge too far, is it? And here's Durham now. Does he get jealous and try to pick up a wicket? Springer, though, is the key here now. How does he play? Does that fall? Here's a bird, despite the rainy conditions, deciding that he's going to take a little flight.
Durham just pegging away outside that off stump.
He's trying to tempt Springer, but Springer so far has been very concentrated.
It's a wide open stance by Springer. Easy single down to long on. Brings the left-hander, Benjamin, on strike. Gian Benjamin. Face the left-hander coming over the wicket to him. The discussions about a leg slip between Hamilton and Carty.
Well, they had him there before, so they could probably reintroduce him now.
Yeah, Andrews just coming into that leg slip position. Carty just behind him at short fine leg. There's a man in front of the bat. Lewis, forward short leg. So straight mid wicket and a mid on. 3 on the offside. So one played out to one of those men, Powell.
And Powell is struggling there, but luckily they weren't running a single, because he was having a hard time getting it into gear. You could see he's troubling by some kind of a lower leg injury of some sort.
Yeah, just switching there with Jewel now. Or is he putting a second slip in place? Yep, second slip now, taking the leg slip out. Leading to the onside. Well, a lot of the decisions in the field positioning, Carty has gone to Kyron Powell many times in the innings, just conferring with him his experience, seniority in the team, throwing from few ideas around with him, getting his advice. Has captained the team in the past.
So that's the end of the over. It's 232 now for 6, so they're just inching along. Further 184 runs now required, but no sign really of aggressively going after those runs. So it's really about survival here and trying to see it through to the end.
Yeah, any chances of chasing that down would have hinged around Ambrose, leading run scorer for the Windward Islands team, with his wicket falling there. Atenez and Hodge gone earlier. Probably just close up shop now and try to see this through to a draw.
And I think now is the time for the Leeward Islands to go into all-out attack and really put the pressure on, squeeze them, and force them into error. But if you just leave it as it is, a lot of either leaving alone or defensive prods might be taking place here. Just tempt them, ask them to go over the top, see how they fare.
Yeah, and this is where the experience of Powell would come in as well to help his captain out, Casey Carty. Try to go for the kill here, close this game off before any more rain falls.
Because as it is right now, you're just hoping that the bowler can either bowl him down or it caught at slip. And but not much else after that if he's just going to play defensively.
You can see there's a lot of turn on offer. Springer just confident enough just to get that leg out or go back in his crease. There's no pressure around him, in front of the bat, in his eye line. Just lunging forward, and another one that just popped up in the air. Spoke about that man that was used for Durham but not being used for Walsh. You can't quite understand it. You have it in place for one bowler but not the other bowler, and then all eyes on Hayden Walsh trying to go for that catch, but it was well out of his reach, Ruskin.
Yeah, you couldn't get it at all. The over comes to an end. It's well, actually no, they still have a couple of deliveries left because the left-hander is now on strike. But it's really a scenario here where they need to really tighten up with their field placings, and you have the team right where you want them. You just have to try to finish them off now.
And just one ball to go in the over. The man brought in for forward short leg. Surely would have just put a man in front of the bat as well on the offside, just to put some added pressure on Benjamin. One ball to come in the over. Not much he could have done with that.
So 233 for 6 as they keep inching along here now. Another 183 runs required, but no real indications that that is a possibility right now, or that is even in the plan. It's really just about surviving here now. It's almost like they're just batting, and they just it's like they just don't seem to know what they really want to do out there, other than not lose wickets.
That man, Louis, in that short mid-on position, had he been there for Walsh's over, it would have been an easy catch straight to him. He's being employed here for Durham, but not for Walsh. He's sitting in that exact position where that ball would have gone straight into his lap. And it's not just once it's happened. On two occasions, the ball was pushed in the air in that direction. Walsh getting a hand to one, but not the other.
Well, the irony is Walsh is turning the ball a lot more than Durham is. And because the batsmen are not really attacking him, they're just pushing. And because Walsh is also giving the ball a generous flight, the batsmen are not always getting over the ball.
And the principle is right, to have the guy there, but then not to use it in the other end. Quite baffling. Especially seeing that the opportunity presents itself. There's 3 men on the odd side to Durham. It's a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah,
Straight mid-wicket and a mid-on.
A very little turn here for Durham. In fact, he hasn't really spun the ball much all match. He's picked up wickets, but it's been mostly that straight ball, that arm ball that comes between bat and pad. That the batsmen who might be playing for turn invariably find themselves playing down the wrong line. It's the end of the over. And another maiden, 233 for 6. So really just the game just meanders along with the Leeward Islands pushing here for a victory. As you could see, work continues at a pace as the workmen are trying to spruce up the oval, and the players looking intently at the action in the middle, but the workmen it's almost like if there's no cricket going on, they're just doing their jobs and making sure that they get things done.
Well, the scaffolding is down. There's not quite a chance going to hand there, but coming off with the turn off the glove into the ground, Louis making the adjustment, just going a couple steps to his left where that ball did land.
A big turn again, but too much turn there. And as you could see, the batsman trying to play almost exclusively on the back foot. So Ward should be better advised to pitch it up to him and see if he ventures forward.
Watching again. Full toss this time. Punch through the gap there. Carty's chasing after it. Would haul it in. It wasn't quite timed by Benjamin. A full toss there from Hayden Walsh. You wouldn't mind a full toss either, because there's a man there. We saw one being pushed into the hands of Graves. Wasn't a full toss though, but at times these bad deliveries do bring wickets, just to change it up. 181 runs to play with. But 6 wickets are down.
That's the length. Just force him to want to drive and see what happens.
And you could see the difficulty there with that one pitching in the rough and spinning, coming over the inner portion of the bat for Benjamin. You want to be quite cautious trying to drive out of that rough. Short man, so he's not going to get a long stride in. Short and cut away.
Yeah, that's too short, and that could go very close to the boundary. May not get there.
Probably a tad slow there with the rain. And good looking shot there, wide delivery, cut away by Benjamin.
This is where Walsh has to be a little more concentrated, and you don't want to give them too many runs. But the good thing is that he's
Interesting, Carty bringing himself on there. They weren't really going after Daniel Durham. You're 10 wickets in the match, not wanting to go after him.
still he can't get it away as Carty. No, probably just, I want to believe he wants to just switch his bowlers around somewhat, maybe. Shot it, he's put it down. Well. He hit it hard, low to Hayden Walsh Jr., and he couldn't complete the catch. It's been that kind of a day for him. He's like the nearly man at the moment. He nearly got a cotton bowl, and here he is now, almost holding in a blinder. It's 240 for 6 as the players will get a bit of a breather. So we'll take a break and come back with more after this. as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. The players have been refreshed, and no doubt this could be another crucial period here as the Leeward Islands really on the brink here of a big win for themselves. Really looking for it. And again, congratulations to all of the teams that have wrapped up their victories so far. Still have 2 games in progress. That's another good ball. And Durham, just as we suspected, Durham is taking over from the top end. And the man who has the golden arm here now, and they're going to rely on him to probably take them home. Just a little adjustment in the field. There is the forward short leg. There's a leg gully. And there is a regulation slip. But there's a short, fine leg. And a deep mid-wicket, fairly square. Got another gift there, but he probably tried to hit it so hard or place it well. He ended up finding the man in front of him. Yet again, just asking him to drive, which is good bowling from Durham, because he knows that if it pitches in the rough there, it could do any number of things. So he's giving himself a chance out there. The man at forward short leg might very well get into play. They go for a quick single. They'll get it too. Not much Carty can do about that. So we've had the first Diamond League meet of the day, and we had a world record, of course, in the pole vault. And when you say that, only one name comes to mind: Duplantis. They might think of a second here, but of course, respect shown out there to Jeremiah Louis, who came screaming off the boundary. So one by one, they trotting along, but really no serious intent at getting the runs. So I think they've just been adopting the approach, let's just bat, see what happens as we go along. Leeward still relying on Durham and maybe Walsh to take them home, which is understandable. They did the bulk of the damage in the first innings, and here they are again looking to finish them off. Walsh 3 for 21, Durham 6 for 34 in the first innings, and Durham 4 for 49 so far from 24 overs. And Hayden Walsh Jr. 2 for 38 as he picks up the attack from the southern end. So as suspected, Carty just wanted to switch them around a bit. And here we go once more. Nice cool conditions here at the Oval. Generous flight again from Hayden Walsh Jr. Already Manchester City defeating Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-final. 1 goal in that game. As it stands right now, Arsenal leading Wolverhampton Wanderers 1-0. The Wolves is a dangerous team. They play to the last whistle. So again, Walsh just ringing away there, and but he's not getting the type of response that I think he wants. He would love the batsman to come after him. And that one is met on the full. But again, just a single. So they really have not been able to figure out a way of how to keep the scoreboard ticking over quickly and trying to push the scoring along. It's been a drip, drip, drip kind of afternoon with the runs hard to come by. So now, with the forward short leg in place and the slip, Hayden Walsh Jr. You have to be careful with that line. You don't want him to cross that line too much. To his credit, Benjamin has kind of weathered the storm here quite nicely. He hasn't really come into, going into a shell. He's still trying to play his shots. It's just that he can't get it away. Can't find the gaps right now. Just one pass. I was just talking about finding the gap, and he found the gap between bat and pad. And it runs down to fine leg here for 4 byes. Well, I was really talking about the batsman finding the gap or not finding the gap, and then voila. That one just passed right between bat and pad. That's 4 byes. So it takes the total on to 244 now for 6. Or rather 248 for 6. Trying his best here to dislodge one of these two, but to no avail just yet. 248 for 6 at the end of the over. And of course, as I mentioned, the Diamond League started today. We look at the bowling figures here. 4 for 49 and 2 for 39. They're the wicket takers for the Leeward Islands. And in the Diamond League, Tori Lewis pulled the upset on Shakari Richardson in the women's 200 in China today. That's well bowled. And she was running in lane 9, so they didn't see her. The 19-year-old Australian really coming to the party, as they say. Sharika Jackson, unfortunately, didn't compete. She's delaying the start of her season probably until next week. Again, good bowling here, but you could just see without any aggression at all on the part of Springer. He's just trying to absorb deliveries, not really trying to do too much. Okay. And you're not gonna. Those hardly ever take wickets. They're too good for the bat, the stumps, everything. There's another one that is kept out. So the end of another good over. Not much happening. 248 for 6.
Yeah, this time Durham coming, switching ends, getting a lot of turn. Didn't see too much turn from him previous overs, and this occasion switching ends and getting a lot of turn. Hayden Walsh got a lot of turn from that end, but he's the wrist spinner. Durham going past the outside edge of Springer there on that occasion. Returning to the end where he picked up most of his 10 wickets.
Yeah, we were worried about what that 1 over was about, but it really was for switching ends.
Hayden Walsh has been in the game, whether he has the ball in his hand or not, in the outfield as well. So a chance going to him, just dropping in front of him.
Yes,
Loud appeal.
Umpire again very stoic, hasn't moved. He's shaking his head now, and I'm not trying to understand what he's shaking his head about, or to whom, may I ask. Turn, plenty turn, yep. Probably too much turn.
Probably heading down the leg side.
Once a single, and he just for a moment there, that looked like a dicey single, because had Durham been able to come across and intercept that, it wasn't Durham, it was actually Archibald, and he is left-handed. That could have been very interesting.
Yeah, putting his body on the line there on the rough surface of the square, diving across, trying to knock it down, get it in that left hand of his, just out of his reach. Good effort from him.
And again, this has been the pattern for Springer. He's presenting a good, solid face, but it's purely in defense. It's been a bit puzzling from him, but I suppose he is the senior man out there right now. And he survives another over. 249 for 6 at the end of it.
Yeah, Springer is looking to get to the end of the day's play with his wicket intact. Not trying to force the issue, well out of their range now to hold this total in. Just 4 wickets to go. It's 167 runs away. Loss of all those wickets. As his wicketkeeper batsman Benjamin with him at the other end. 8 from 23 deliveries.
So the game just kind of meandering. The Leeward Islands can't get a breakthrough. These two have added 22 since the last wicket fell. And Mumbai Indians batters Tim David and coach Karen Pollard fined 20% of their match fees for breaching the IPL's code of conduct against the Punjab Kings. Apparently they were assisting with the DRS. Ooh, that one kept very low, and even the wicketkeeper had difficulty holding on to that one. Kept very low indeed. And Shamar Hamilton couldn't take it cleanly. That one almost rolled.
I do recollect looking at a piece of that game there and seeing Karen Pollard just talking with the official on the boundary edge of that game, during that game.
This surprises me here, because for somebody who's bowling, like, you know, with all that scuff mark on the wicket there, still surprised he's not getting much turn with the ball.
Well, he's not quite pitching it full enough for the shorter batsman Benjamin into that rough area. He's coming from quite a high trajectory, being a very tall man. Not offering a lot of flight as well. A little bit more there, a little bit of a loop, slower delivery through the air, but that one not pitched into the rough area. More.
Yep. This is the 81st over. So, yeah, that could be a consideration with the new ball, and I think the umpire, the third umpire, is bringing the new ball onto the field as the over comes to an end. 249 for 6 now. Look at the umpire running in. Look like he's running up to deliver. As he has a new cherry in his hand. Yep, and they didn't waste any time at all. They're going to give it to Louis, Jeremiah Louis, and say, get us a wicket, son, and let's go home. So what would be interesting now is to see if they give him support in the slip cordon. Maybe 2 slips on a gully. Or am I just asking too much? Two slips, but they still have the protection down at backward point on the boundary. There's a cover and a short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket on a fine leg. And there's a good delivery just coming in, and again hustling Springer. But because he's in a defensive mood, he's able to adjust quickly.
He's looking to see O'Shane Thomas here. There he is on the fine leg boundary. If he's just limbering up to come on.
Yeah, he should be he should be anxious to get the new ball. So Springer again just pinching another comfortable single to bring up the 250. 250 for 6 now. So they really must be thinking here what might have been the Windward Islands when they came into this match. They were leaders of the tournament, and thinking of victory here for them might take them to their first title, but it hasn't panned out that way, and now they're just kind of batting through, going through the motion slightly here, just to try to see things through to the end, hoping to avoid a defeat.
All of their 4 wins have come chasing down the total in the second innings.
So now we have 3 slips involved.
They had a win against Jamaican Scorpions by 9 wickets. Against the Barbados Pride by 9 wickets as well.
And Benjamin again just comfortably handling that one.
Another victory chasing, winning by 8 wickets against the CCC. Shane Thomas not warming up much. Colin Archibald was only bowled 5 overs in the innings. Another consideration.
That's a beauty. Just beating him outside the off stump there. He went fishing. There's no water and no fish. If there was fish, probably would have had a bite. So good delivery from Louis. Can he repeat it now? That has been the challenge for most of the regional bowlers. That's one is striking him on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Again, pitching outside leg. At this stage of the day, I suppose you would appeal for everything.
Yeah, they're not going to die wondering.
Yep. The angle just taking it down to leg.
Hamilton again there. Very animated appeal by the wicketkeeper.
And then you have that stoic response from umpire Brathwaite. I wonder if he tells them not out or he just doesn't say anything. We almost went across that one as well, and then just as he saw it keeping a bit low, kept it out, and ends another over. The first with a new ball. It remains 250 for 6.
Let me see.
Durham is going to continue, it looks like. So
Shane Thomas wasn't really warming up as if he was going to come on to bowl. Neither was Archibald.
So 250 on the board. The Windward Islands making a fist of it, but they are not going to get anywhere near the 416 that they require. They need a further 166. But they only have 4 wickets.
Leeward Islands Hurricane just trying to blow over the Windward Islands here.
Surprise, surprise. A little bit of turn with the new ball.
He did pitch one in that area previously. Got appreciable turn. The last session on the 4th day.
More turn, yep. More grip as well. So this ought to be interesting. Now I would really like to see the captain do something here to create some problems for Springer.
There's that lunge forward, Ruskin. Might want to put a man in on the offside close in front of the bat if he's going to lunge forward at anything pitched up outside your stump.
Or even a gully, because if that ball spins like that, it could very well carry to a gully fieldsman. And that is what you want to see. That he seems, Archibald didn't seem to know where the ball was. All he heard was a shout.
Yeah, very late reaction from him out there in the deep. Stunned when his name was called, realizing the ball was coming toward him in the air.
It happens. I don't think he was sleeping. I just don't think he saw the ball. When he was looking at the shot the batsman was playing, he probably didn't think it was coming his way.
Not quite sure he could see the sun is in his eyes, although the sun is in that direction that he's looking into. It is still cloudy. There's that lunge forward. No man in front of the bat. They're coming off high, maybe just off the glove of Benjamin. There now the man goes after the horse has bolted.
Yeah, but
He's now in front of the bat on the offside.
they probably need the man on the other side as well, because if it's going to come into the pad, it could very well hit the glove and spoon on that side of the wicket.
See if he moves to the other side. Oh, it's the end of the over.
Yep, so
Following the ball.
251 for 6 at the end of it. So Springer remains on 15. He's 15 from 56 deliveries. Benjamin is 8 from 34. So this has been a slow burn from these two, but they're still there. Partnership of 24 runs. Really, they're in survival mode right now. They're not taking any risks at all.
23 of that remaining 50 overs to go in the day's play when we started back after the tea interval.
Plus the 15 in the last hour. I remember we could go until 6 if the game goes that long. So once again we lost a full session today, and I'm sure the Leeward Islands would have been thinking the gods are against us here, and the Windward Islands by the same token. Must have been thinking they had a chance. So at lunch they figure, okay, let's see if we could up the ante here now, get 120 runs in that middle session, and then see where we are, coming down. If you look at it here, if you add another 100 runs, 120 runs or so, they need 130, in the final session thereabouts. So the question is, how many wickets would they have lost in that time?
The run rate required now would be over 4 runs and over in the remaining overs in the day's play. Springer has no intention of trying to go at 4 runs and over.
He is purely in survival mode here now.
An hour and a half is a long time to bat.
Yep.
At the end of a day 4, the end of the day's play.
Yeah, but he has to take it one ball at a time. That's basically what he has to boil it down to. That's an edge. It's a no ball. Well. How many times have this happened in this one game alone? It's a big edge too. That was flying down the leg side. Hamilton at full stretch. And couldn't get a touch onto that as it flew past him. Two, 5, 6 for 6 now.
The extras, 41 extras in the innings thus far. 11 no balls.
Yep, and most of them as a result of Louis, both himself and O'Shane Thomas.
.28 buys as well.
Yeah, but some of them are hard for the wicketkeeper to even get close to. And we had, and of those 28, we had about 3 or 4 that went for boundaries. One was wide down the leg side. That one we just saw there. That one went as no balls. But we've had one jump over his head. It's been a tough day. Good change of pace there, but because Springer is so intent on keeping him out, no real aggression. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have belted that over the bowler's head. But he's so focused right now and into his deny mode. Oh, well bowled. And they go for 1, and they're going to come back for a second run because again,
O'Shane Thomas there, just slow to come off the boundary. Even Powell in his reduced capacity is able to get to it from first slip before O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, I'm sure he must be disappointed that he can't get the cherry in his hands.
Certainly, he looked very good today for his 12 overs, going for 27 runs. Economical on this occasion, 2.25 runs per over from him. He beat that outside edge quite a number of times in the morning and after lunch session.
Well, what is good for the Windward Islands is that everybody who's come to the crease have at least tried to get some runs, even though they're going about it, in a rather sedate manner. They haven't really tried to get on top of the bowlers at all.
You'll be a little bit dejected as well, knowing coming into this game they were at the top of the table, and now not quite sure where they'll end up on the table, even in that top 3. If they do go on to draw this game.
What is even worse is that the window for winning the game has gone for them. Good, that one striking him on the pad, that's close. Again, playing on the back foot.
height might be called into question there. He is a short man, striking him above the knee roll. He's a short man.
Which the knee roll is under the bales. You know, it's good. So again, the game really has gone to bed to some degree, and it's very difficult for the bowlers right now. They just have to keep plugging away. They have to be patient, wait for the opportunity presented by the batsman. It will come. And here's another one, just jumping there.
The two men in front of the bat, one on the offside, one on the onside. We've been calling for it so many times during the course of this game.
But he also has to be mindful of, you could probably put a leg slip as well, because every opportunity to take a catch, you want to plug all of those gaps there. Here he goes again. It's real anxiety there now, because there's a little bit of bounce and a little bit of turn there. It's a new ball, so it will bounce a little extra.
Benjamin just unsure of that ball coming out of any rough that is out there outside the off stump. One thundering into his pads, the other one just too high, just trying to get his bat and glove out of the way.
Some sweet joke pass in there.
There it is, into that rough.
Just hitting the outside edge again.
Yep, into that rough, peeling off the outside edge, running down to third man.
That's good bowling. And again, I really feel that the captain really needs to forget caution now and just go on all-out attack. 260 for 6 at the end of the over.
Well, it's very clear the batsmen aren't showing any intent to attack, take any risk. You might as well bring the men into that gully or that leg slip position. They're not looking to go after anything here. Just looking to play at what they need to play. Get bat on it if it's coming onto the line of the stumps. If it's not going to hit the stumps, just look to leave it alone. Jeremiah Louis will continue with the new ball from that southern end.
Yes, it's certainly a little bit bewildering that he doesn't really give his bowlers better support. You know, going for one, he's going to get a second run quite comfortably as well.
Yeah, O'Shane Thomas resisting any urge to chase after that one at the third man at the final leg boundary.
Resisting the urge, he never moved. He never moved. The ball just, it's almost like he just gazed at it going to his left and say, well,
I tried to put it nicely, Ruskin.
I don't think I'm going to go after that one today. He's getting warm, so maybe that's why he's saving his energy. He's probably going to come into bowl shortly. And so now they're trying to plug that gap.
The Jewel just going that square leg position. Durham coming into the mid-wicket area. Good delivery there from Jeremiah Lewis.
Well played again by Springer. You can hear the echo around the oval. So that one hit the bat hard. 262 for 6. 154 needed. Well played again, but no runs.
We were anticipating an exciting finish to this game. All up for grabs. The championship. It's just petered out.
Yep.
That rain interruption.
Another victory by Guyana yesterday certainly put the issue partially to bed, if you want to call it that. it really meant that it was always going to be difficult, if not
Definitely.
near impossible for somebody else to overtake them.
And Guyana, the only team in the competition to suffer one loss alone. They had one drawn match. So winning 5 games.
They had a no result, was it? Well,
Yeah, one no result,
result,
ending
yeah.
up in a draw, sharing the
Mhm.
points with the Trinidad and Tobago team. So really only one defeat for the Guyana team. It's quite a performance from them. Thoroughly deserving. They do end up winning the title. 103.8 points, bonus points, batting and bowling, making the difference as well. But in the end, with only one loss from 7 games, quite worthy of the title.
Yep, it's always interesting to see how teams kind of peak at the right time. And when they started, they obviously didn't get the kind of points they wanted from the first game, but then they gradually kind of started chipping away, and picking up wins as they went along. They had difficulty at times, but their batsmen came good at the right time, and they could always rely on their bowlers as well to get them over the line. Another over. It's completed. It's 262 now for 6.
Speaking of wins, the West Indies Academy against Barbados just inching towards their 3rd victory of the tournament, requiring just another 22 runs for victory with 4 wickets remaining intact.
That one is coming right down to the wire, because I'm sure Barbados will try to squeeze them and not allow them to get those 22 runs.
And 4 wickets as well to go. Ashmead Ned at the crease, he's on 12. Bowen Tuckett, the wicketkeeper, not out, on 19. He's had a good season with the bat. So interesting finish to that game. We're anticipating an interesting finish here as well. Disappointed with the rain that fell at a crucial juncture in the game after lunch.
And this one again, just right now, they're trying to squeeze the ball through his legs, but he played it well in the end. Kept it down, dropped it at his feet. The problem for him was it almost snuck between his legs. That would have been criminal. And this time he goes to the big one, and it's just out of the reach there of O'Shane Thomas, and he holds his hip.
He's just pulling out his pants there,
Yep.
O'Shane Thomas, as he was running back, and that one going over his head.
He seemed to put his hand up to, was it to hold up the pants that he was,
Pulling his pants
Yep.
up, Ruskin.
and I think he need a better string.
Benjamin showing some aggression there, going after Durham and that delivery. Maybe out of frustration, being pegged down so much.
Yeah, that's what you want to see as a bowler. You want to see the batsman making shots because you feel you're going to get a chance.
This one is a good looking shot. They're swiveling around, paddling it around the corner. The length has to be different to a man like Benjamin batting there from Durham.
Yeah,
Shorter man as compared to where he wants to pitch that ball for Springer. Just pitch it up a little closer to Benjamin to get him onto that front foot. He's been back to quite a few deliveries from Durham. It's not quite getting him to come forward consistently enough with 2 men in front of the bat for him. Just one man in front of the bat on the onside for Springer, however. There's a short extra cover and a cover. Field changes taking place.
And to pinch another easy single. So these two, and now all of a sudden you could hear the support coming from the dressing room. They're applauding every single that they take now. This partnership is up to 39 to 66 for 6. So they define the Leeward Islands bowlers.
That target just dropping to 150 runs now.
There he goes again. That's a much better shot. That's 4 runs.
The ball just trickling into the boundary there. This is O'Shane Thomas at mid-on. Jeremiah Lewis at mid-off. Just looking it grow into the boundary. Not either of them giving chase. Just letting that one go for 4. But a straight shot in the air. Back over the bowler's head. Benjamin just a couple shots just breaking loose here.
Well, he's showing a little intent now. But I don't think Carty should be overly worried.
He's just saying, if you're going to pitch it up, I'm going to go over the top.
And easy as she goes there for Benjamin. 270 for 6 at the end of the over.
And he was looking forward to this knock early this morning. He was in the outdoor nets at the Oval. He's getting a knock in, taking some throwdowns, anticipating a run chase. But he might have to be aggressive to chase down that total of 415. Showing some signs of aggression there. His role now is in a different capacity. 146 runs required.
We see Durham is leaving the field, so just getting a little assistance, or going to probably have a change of clothing or something.
McCarthy coming on there just to hold up that end for him, perhaps. O'Shane Thomas has been limbering up for the last couple overs. Looks like he's going to come on at any point in time, but not being used just yet.
Nice take, but no response from the umpire. And Hamilton showing the umpire exactly what transpired there.
He's giving his own replay of the incident. What you don't want to do is get out a part-timer here.
Thought of 2, but decided now the ball is thrown way over Hamilton's head.
Archibald not quite concentrating out there in the middle. Throwing that one way over the head of Hamilton. He was a bit slow in getting to a ball earlier, a few overs ago. He's also an option with that new ball. Not considered at this moment. Louis coming into that forward short leg position for Benjamin. Carty opting to go around the wicket to him. We are approaching that 5 o'clock hour.
And that's well fielded by O'Shane Thomas there, because that could have spun past him. But he had it covered all the way.
He's been kept in the game by the batsman. And again he has to do the fielding.
And that's a difficult position to field generally. A backward point position. It's not the easiest place to field, and if you're not nimble,
And particularly to the off spinner going across the left hander.
so that completes another over from Carty. His 2 overs costing him just the 2 runs, and looks like Durham is sprinting back on. 271 for 6 at the moment. So a lot of what you're seeing on your screen there happened what appears to be so long ago. As we come into the final moments of day number 4 here, and the final moments of the season as well for these players. I'm sure a lot of them would love to be free to maybe sleeping late, wake up when they want to, go by the beach, just hang out with your friends, just do normal stuff. If only for a couple of days, because some of them would be back in action, I suppose, in their respective territories, playing domestic cricket.
Quite a number of them also take part for the Trinidad clubs. Might just stay here. T20 festival coming up next week.
That one just jumped a little bit, and that's why I insist that you have to keep the players in close, because every opportunity to take a wicket is what you're looking for now. There's a cutting at one, just nibbling at one there again, and that's what the player in front of the bat could do. He may not take the catch, but he causes the batsman to think about other things. And that's well played. That's very well played as 4 runs. And it's always a risky business to bowl the spinner, to trying to pitch into the rough, but you don't give him the protection down behind square. And that could very well happen time and again. And because he isn't spinning the ball prodigiously, although he did get some purchase in the last over, Springer is up to 29 now. .275 for 6. 141 more runs needed. He really looks a picture. 275 for 6 as the over comes to an end. So the Queen's Park Oval covered by some grey clouds, but so far no rain. Since we had that interruption between lunch and tea. So now the game is just petering out here, but a wicket or two could change things drastically.
Ruskin, if we do go past that 5 o'clock hour, get into those last 15 overs, both captains can get together and decide.
End it early.
Yep.
275 for 6, and Hayden Walsh gets a crack with the new ball, or with the newer ball, I should say. Yeah, this is going to be interesting now. Let's see if Benjamin decides to take him on. I wouldn't be surprised if they put this square leg. Yes, I was now saying that. Put this square leg around and ask him to try and clear him. If you're so brave. And I would ask Hayden Walsh to come over the wicket to bowl at him. Some. Benjamin is really a tiny fella because Hamilton is small, and Benjamin looks so much smaller than Hamilton at the crease.
The 2 wicket keepers.
Yes. Yep.
So that Bowen Tuckett is even smaller.
Yep. He's like small. What was the one from Jamaica? The wicket keeper from Jamaica at one time for the West Indies. Carlton Boer. You know, we've really had some pint-sized wicket-keepers
Not to mention David
over the
Williams
years.
or
Yeah,
Williams.
that's well played because he's pulled it behind square, just where they took the fielder from. And that's 4 runs. Jeremiah Louis didn't seem too keen to want to hustle around there. So 21 to Benjamin now, so he is into the 20s again.
That T20 festival coming up. Young Joel Andrew did play for the Marching Patriot Club this season in the two-day competition.
52-run partnership. And another nice fluent drive there from Benjamin. So he's growing in confidence all the time.
He played a 4th-round game against the Queen's Park Cricket Club at this very venue.
And one just flicked away there, but held on, kept it out nicely. 279 for 6 at the end of the over. 90 overs completed in this inning so far.
So some of these players will stay back in Trinidad and Tobago, returning to some of the clubs for the domestic T20 tournament here.
Yeah, but it must be tough for some of these players to, they're on the road quite a bit. And then you don't get to go home. Imagine they're asking you to stay back in Trinidad now because you just finished the season and you're probably telling yourself, well, finally you get a chance to just go home and just, you know, like I said, just breathe a little bit. Don't even worry about cricket. Don't think cricket for a couple of days, but instead you're probably just changing your dress in Trinidad.
Such is the career of the modern day cricketer.
Yep.
Cricket now being played all year round, all parts of the world. You get the opportunity to travel, see different parts of the world, enjoying some cricket.
Yep. Well, when you're playing it, it's not so much as just enjoying the cricket. It's work.
It's living and breathing cricket.
Yeah. So he doesn't have a third man. He does have a man to point on the boundary. And Ocean Thomas, who started galloping, but then something wasn't right. Pulls on the pants again.
Has a new ball in his hand now.
Should be very
Motivate him,
excited.
yep.
Cool conditions. Maybe you say, look, let me just let this go and see what happens, yes? That's a good start. But we have just the 2 slips.
He's having some difficulty with his attire there, O'Shane Thomas.
But we have a wardrobe malfunction.
He has a new ball in his hands. He might get the balls to swing somewhat.
It's very, very important for him. I suppose this is the moment for him here now to really do something for the team. They really need him to bend his back here and try and prize out one of these. And that's well played by Springer.
He has been getting the ball to swing away from the right-hander, swing into the left-hander. The conditions as well would support that to get that swing going. The new ball now, what, is 9 overs old?
Yeah, it's still hard and a firm ball, so he shouldn't have too many complaints. In fact, a lot of these bowlers like the new ball with, you know, a little bit of the shine off of it. They could grip it a little bit better. And, you know, he will probably want to just first. That 2 is beaten leg stump. He has to hurry, but he does hurry. He's such a small man.
Look at Hamilton as well.
He was threatening to throw down the wicket, but I don't think he was going to beat.
I think he's just saying to the umpire that the batsman was running in the line of his throw to the stumps.
Well, you have to throw it. If you don't throw it, it doesn't make a difference.
You have to throw it if you want to appeal for it.
Yeah.
There is that mode of dismissal.
I think Benjamin was also trying to avoid getting hit, so he was partially taking evasive action.
Hamilton there,
He
keeping himself motivated as well as his partners in the first slip, tossing that one to Graves there, just parrying it on volleyball style.
But why do you think he did that? He probably caught it badly. Probably hit one of the joints on his finger, and so he probably wants to get it out of his hands quickly. And the clock strikes 5. Yep, so we'll have a break after this, and then we'll probably go into the 15 mandatory overs.
It's a little bit of a collision there between Springer and O'Shane Thomas. Both players just shaking off their shoulders, shrugging off the shoulders there upon impact. No harm done.
I think he has another ball, so O'Shane thought the over was complete. And well, why is he constantly pulling at his clothing here? It's like Chanda Paul when he's batting. You have to touch everything, or
nervous stick.
Or Rafael Nadal when he's serving. You know, he has to pull everything. You know.
Final delivery.
And again, very well played by Springer to end the over and pinch another single. He goes to 32. It's 283 for 6. As the players take a little break, Ralphie comes flying in to do some cleaning up. And while they do that, we'll take a break here as well. It's 284 rather for 6, with 33 to Springer and 21 to Benjamin. Yeah. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we are basically into the final hour of play. And I didn't notice if the umpires signaled that they were starting the final 15. But it's going to be Hayden Walsh Jr. who is going to continue. 132 runs required now. How will Springer approach this? 284 for 6. And that's carried away. That's a good shot. Well fielded out in the deep as well. Archibald is out there, limiting the batsman to just the 1 run. So this could be a very interesting final session here. Seems like when the Leeward Islands won the toss and opted to bat, that seemed like ages ago. But here we are now as they try to somehow break through here and kick on, taking the final 4 wickets. Hayden Walsh coming from over the wicket now to the left-hander. But good defense from both Springer and Benjamin. They've not taken any unnecessary risks. We had 1 or 2 big hits from Benjamin, as if to indicate that he wanted to get on with things, but he's since kind of gone back into his shell a bit. And has really negotiated everything else very well so far. A lot of chatter in there. You could see Hamilton maybe just trying to throw the batsman off, as if to indicate that they're probably trying something new, but it's no change in field. And that's when he's hit him and he's dropped it. Well, well, well. It was hit hard, but it was right there for the taking. And would you believe it? Durham put it down. He couldn't close the hand on it. It's just been that kind of day for the Leeward Island. It was a full toss. It really could have been hit anywhere. And he hit it close to Durham. He got his hand straight and he couldn't take it. So that probably was the chance, the breakthrough that they were looking for. And but it just didn't happen for them there. So 286 for 6 at the end of the over. So you can see a day that promised so much for Dr. Shallow and the others from the Windward Islands. Really came to this thing hoping that Trinidad would be a happy hunting ground for them, and where they could have been celebrating at the end of day 4 today. It's not going to turn out that way for them, but I think the players could really hold their heads high. They've done now. The umpires are going to have a little chit-chat. Is it the light that they're looking at here now? So that might be another consideration with the fast bowlers operating with O'Shane Thomas. Getting ready to start a new over. So the two umpires have had their little discussion. They take a look at the meters and say, okay, it's good enough, we'll continue. And that must be a concern now for the Leeward Islands, because when umpires start conferring, you tend to get antsy. because they could take you off any minute. Ocean Thomas still having issues with the clothing. He's right on target, but so too is Benjamin. He's right in behind it. So Carty has decided he will add a third slip. So can Ocean Thomas get the breakthrough for them? I think this will do his confidence a world of good if he can do just that. So he has 3 slips now on a forward short leg. But Benjamin is determined as ever. Just really denying him every opportunity here to get that wicket. I haven't seen him try a short one, but it can't be a high bouncer. It maybe just be a shorter ball. See if he will hook at it. Just to mix it up a little bit, but he has to line it up properly as well. Maybe just line it on that middle stump, even middle and off stump, if he could get it to climb from there. And that's the one, but it's too high because it's a wide signal by the umpire. He was just indicating that as the bumper. Well, I was thinking about the bumper, but not so high, because it's just going to go over his head. Maybe now he could go back to the Yorker length delivery, right up in the block hole, and then produce another short one shortly after. And there's the catch. Eventually he got the wicket. And that's what I was talking about. Bowl something short, because we didn't see him bowl any short balls to him prior. And there is the lifter, and that was well lined, just on the off stump. And he had to play at it. Well, he didn't have to, but he eventually did. And finally, they get the breakthrough. Benjamin goes to 22. It's 291 for 6. A good catch taken by Joel. And now the light becomes the issue.
You know, Shane Thomas there finally getting his wicket, much deserved in this innings. Shortish ball in there to Benjamin, not fending it off, guiding it into the hands of the man there at Gully. Disappointing dismissal there for him, trying to get to the close of play. He was doing well, batted for 63 deliveries, notching up 22, wasn't really going after the runs. We saw a couple shots hit back past the bowler in the air. He batted for quite a while there, disappointingly goes there now. Just 125 runs left to get. We're not going to get there. But just in terms of where the batting, how much progress they have made, it's 291 for 6. The Windward Islands. And just reward for Shane Thomas there.
So now it's 9-10 Jack, as they say. And Ryan John is the new batsman. Surely now the Leewards would really try to press the accelerator here and try to prize out these 3 remaining wickets as quickly as possible. With the umpires checking light, you don't want to take any risk at all now.
Particularly with O'Shane Thomas on.
Yep, probably put a gully as well. Just give him, or even give him a gully. Yes, it looks as if The skipper is going into, well, he's going more to a short third man. Yeah, to a backward point there. I would really put him in gully and try and see if, because you want to give yourself every opportunity here to get a catch. Well left, Ryan John. The hands go up in the slips. Hamilton has his hands on his head.
Yeah, expert judgment there from Ryan John.
Ryan John is doing what any tail ender would do, is not play at too many deliveries. The fewer deliveries you present the bat to, the better.
17 runs in the first innings. He can hang around a bit. News coming to hand. West Indies Academy winning by
3 wickets.
3 wickets.
Congratulations to them. Another turn, another twist in the tail, so to speak.
Defeating Barbados there. They'll probably just jump over.
That's a good lifting delivery there, John. Just getting his head out of harm's way, keeping the bat low as well. But this is good bowling by O'Shane Thomas.
I just want to jump over Jamaica in the standings there. Probably move into 6th position on the table. One ahead of Jamaica. They'll drop down to 7th position on the table.
Where does that place Trinidad and Tobago now? Because they would have been second behind Guyana coming into today's play.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago just 11.8 points behind Guyana. Of course, those 2 games completed.
That one runs down to third man. But that's not important. The important thing is, like I said, plug the gaps and don't give them opportunities. Because if that ball had gone in the air, they would have been kicking themselves. It went along the ground. 295 for 7 at the end of the over.
And you have O'Shane Thomas on as well. You want to put that gully in there. The batsmen aren't going to try to play, or they're going to be indecisive as to play the balls that are not going to go into some, whether to leave it alone or get bat behind it. And that one, they're going not in the air, but going to where a gully would be. Had it been in the air, it would have been in a gap and gone for 4.
Well, the umpire is checking the meters, the light meter there. The players are backing off so that as much light could come in as was possible.
Just minutes after the 5 o'clock hour here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's very gloomy outside as well.
Will they present light to the batsman or offer light to the batsman? They'll check the meter at this end as well. The batsmen are anxious. Anxious to see what the umpires will do after this little delay here.
I don't think they really took any readings for the first 3 days as to light. As play did go to the 5 to 5:30 each day.
Yeah, they did take a reading yesterday, and then they offered light to the batsman. So here we are again. And the Leeward Islands must be very anxious right now. They got the breakthrough. Now can they finish the job, or will they even be allowed to finish the job?
Yeah, just 3 wickets to go. Hamilton very keen to see that reading as well.
And the umpires are they're very meticulous here now. And they could very well offer light to the batsman here. And they're going to have a little chit-chat.
It'll be a very disappointing end to a game. The deliberating yesterday for declaration could have come sooner.
So they will continue. They have a fielder on the substitute fielder stayed on the pitch, so it's going to take a little while for him to get off now. And the 9th wicket fell at 250 runs with 70.3 overs gone yesterday. O'Shane Thomas came out, added another 44 runs, and 9 overs had transpired during that period. Might want that 9 overs back here. Had they declared with 9 wickets down, a chance to get that 3 additional wickets to achieve a win. And that one went right through, and John says, no, you stay up there, I will stay down at this end.
I don't think John wants to get down there and face the music.
Yeah, but the Leeward Islands really have to be a little more urgent here. You know, as soon as the ball is bowled and you can get it back to the bowler, you know, you get it back to him as quickly as possible and you get on with the game.
This time he does take the single. Ryan John is ambling down. A quick throw in there from Colin Archibald.
Yeah.
Coming in from the deep, racing in, realizing that Ryan John was taking his time to get in.
John was injured. He didn't bowl at all in that second innings, or for most of that second innings, and he just seemed a little bit undercooked, as they say. And here he is, just taking his time. So he might be nursing some kind of an injury.
Yeah, another slowdown in proceedings here as the field has changed. O'Shane Thomas coming into mid-wicket, the deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Moving to his right, coming a little bit squarer.
So this is the scenario here. Guyana are confirmed as champions. But the Windwards with a draw will secure second place. So hence the reason for their approach. And if the Leewards were to win, they would finish in second. Hamilton, with all sorts of antics behind the stumps. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to, what kind of message he's sending. Here's this one just beating the outside edge.
Hamilton appealing to his captain there. The umpire being on the onside and Hamilton just turning to his captain at point and appealing.
Well, John is signaled for something from the dressing room. I don't know if he wants a cap now.
Pretty much anything to just let a few more crucial seconds go by.
Or maybe the physio is who he's asking to come on, because he really seems to be in some discomfort.
They're gingerly getting up there from that forward defensive shot.
And
He struggled to get up from that position again.
yeah, so he's doing his part, keeping him out. And now we see the physio is running on. So it really would be to see the game really deteriorate into this sort of place. But just a reminder that we will have a presentation at the end of today's play where the trophy is going to be presented to the winners, the Guyana. So John now, this could very well take us to the end of the game, because John has to remove the pads to get the treatment to his knee, it looks like. Yes, sir. So he is just in some discomfort here now. So John will have to remove the pad so he could get his trousers back down there. He rolled it up to get the treatment, and now he has to take it all the way down, and the pads have to come back on. So
He's in discussion there with Justin Graves.
yeah. If I was Graves, I will help him put it back on.
Might just be offering to do just that.
So valuable seconds ticking away here, and given the light situation. So now the umpire is probably going to come back and do another reading. Yep.
All the while more time is going. Umpire going at the other end, on the northern end, just to check the light meter. But all in all, 3 wickets to go. It's just a matter of time here now, literally, for the umpires to call end to the day's play. So it's unlikely that the Leeward Islands might get a result here. In terms of an outright victory.
Win, yep. So the umpire could very well offer light to the batsman. It's 5:25, 5:26 thereabouts. And I don't think we're going to get to 6 o'clock. Now Hamilton is asking the batsman to go to the end. We have a substitute fielder coming onto the field.
All types of shenanigans are going on now while the umpires are checking the light meter. Substitute bringing a cap on to change for Ryan John to take his helmet off.
So they may very well now offer light to the batsman, and I think they did. So that is it. The players will shake hands, and they will go off at 296 for 7. 120 runs short of where they wanted to be, but 35 to Shamar Springer and 4 to Ryan John. So at just about 5:27 or so in the evening, this is it. 296 for 7 is where this game ends, with Durham taking 4 for 65, being the lead wicket taker again.
A disappointing end to the game there, Ruskin. Rain playing a significant factor in the result of this game.
Yeah, it has, and it spoiled the game because you figure that middle session would have been crucial to proceedings.
We can point to all sorts of things, the rain factor, the declaration, but all in all, the game pitting out to a draw, 269 for 7, chasing down a mammoth total of 415 runs. It was always going to be a Herculean task to get there. Durham finishing the game with 10 wickets for him in the match. Excellent return for him. See the players there just shaking hands at the end of the game. The assistant coach there having discussions with the umpires as well. So we'll have to confirm as well. Guyana are leaders and have won the title for the 2024 season. They're defending their title, victors in 2023, with 5 wins this season, 1 draw and 1 loss to them. Exceptional performances from them. Windward Islands, 4 wins, 1 draw now and 2 losses. Most likely going to second place, finish second place in the championships. So either the Leeward Islands or Trinidad and Tobago will finish in that 4th spot ahead of the West Indies Academy and Barbados. We're waiting for the presentation that will come shortly. We'll just take a little break here from the Queen's Park Cricket Club after 5:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday, and we'll be right back with the presentation.
Okay, welcome back. As you could see, we're getting ready for a presentation here at the conclusion of a very successful and competitive West Indies Championships for 2024. The president of West Indies, the West Indies Cricket Board, is present, and Miles Bascom is also there, and of course Anne Brown from the women's arm of the West Indies Cricket Board, Said Mohammed from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, just walking in my shot here. So we're just standing by. The presentation is about to be made. I'm not seeing the players, and I want to believe the champion team, the players from Guyana, who concluded their game yesterday, of course, will still be in Trinidad at this time. So they will be very present as well. So we'll just be, I think they're just trying to finalize everything to make sure that they have all the personnel in place as before they start the actual presentation. Mr. Proverbs, who is the match referee, is also on hand for this presentation as the West Indies Cricket Board officials are just making sure that everything is in place. So Stephen Proverbs is there.
Of the 4-day championship, the West Indies Championship, and we are ready to crown the champions. Alongside me this evening for the presentation is none other than CWI President, Mr. Dr. Kishore Shallow, Mr. Enoch Lewis, and Mr. Dwayne Gill, directors of the CWI, second vice president of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and CWI director, Mr. Kerwin John, and our director of cricket, Mr. Miles Bascom. First of all, we will award the second place team. And after all the points have been tallied, the permutations and combinations, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have come second in the 2024 edition of the West Indies Championships. To present the medals to the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be Mr. Quinn John and Mr. Dwayne Gill. And I think Quinn and Dwayne have worked it out that they'll do half and half. And then Mr. Enoch will hand out the second place check. So Windward Islands, one by one to collect your medals in any order. And definitely a wonderful season was had by the Windward Islands, and just being pipped in the last round, in the 7th round, just falling short. But a wonderful season by them, leading the championship for the better part of the 7 rounds. The lucky charm, the 16th member of the squad. And of course, last but not least, captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Alec Athenaeus. And Alec will also, upon collecting his medal, will collect that second place check. A check of 100,000 US dollars. Your second place team in the 2024 West Indies Championship, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And of course, the moment everyone has waited for 7 long rounds, 3 long months of competition, the announcement of the 2024 champions, and they have done it successfully. They have defended their championship with a total of 103.4 points, topping the table. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. And to receive their medals, Director of Cricket, Mr. Miles Bascom, will present them with their winners' medals. Harpy Eagles, if you would step forward, no particular order. Versami Permol. Tejnarayan Chandapal. Of course, the support staff just as important as the 11 players, sometimes even more important than the 11 players. And of course, last but not least, skipper Tevin Imlak. And of course, Tevin, don't run away. You are going to get that winner's check, the championship check from Dr. Kishore Shallow, presented to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 250,000 US dollars and a trophy. Your champions of the 2024 West Indies Championship. So, of course, thank you to the presentation party, and thank you to the two teams. And that will conclude our presentation. And now time for the photo ops with your 2024 West Indies champions doing the double, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So there you have it, folks. The presentation, trophy, and check presented to the champion team, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, just ahead of the Windward Islands, who would have finished second at these championships. So there are your champions from Guyana. Of course, young Imlak leading the team to success. Yet again, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are showing that they have the formula, and they certainly have been able to unearth a lot of young talent, new faces, but the same old story, as they are the champions yet again, as they pose with their check. I'm not seeing the trophy though, but somebody probably has the trophy hidden away somewhere, as players always tend to do. And now we're seeing the management team, the players, as they all kind of gather around, trying to be a part of the action. So that is the story, folks. Your champion team for 2024, the West Indies Championship, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as they have really they came back strongly after the disappointment of that opening game, which was abandoned because of the weather. But now they can celebrate as champions yet again with another fantastic display, and ending off the season with an outright victory over the CCC out at the UE Spec in St. Augustine. And so they were on hand to receive their championship trophy, the check, as well as their medal. So this is where we're going to leave you with the news that the Guyana Harpy Eagles once again are the champions, and here at the Queen's Park Oval, set 416 for victory. The Windward Islands could only muster 296 for 7 when the captains shook hands late on the final afternoon, and they will no doubt rue missed opportunities, because they came in here hoping to get a victory. It didn't turn out that way, thanks to the Leeward Islands with a splendid display on their part. They too failed to get the outright win, but at the end of the day, they would be happy, of course, that they didn't lose. So that is the situation here from the Queen's Park Oval, as we say farewell on a very successful championship season for 2024. And we once again want to congratulate the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They are your champions.